GG's, daughters, hyenas, Scuba Dogs learn from Scuba. Steve is criminated, y'all. I rock with the King X. Don't forget the Kennedy doing his minimum match right here on YouTube. We conducted ourselves the most highest. The life's what you make it. You can't love it, you can't hate it. It's gonna be simply what you make it. We gotta stand on business. It's breaking news. That it has been a shooting. And let's see what's going on. Let's see what's happening over here, GG's.
Lynch Arena is near Broad Street and Dexter Street in Pawtucket. It's at 25 Andrew D. Furland Way. And you can see just police throughout that entire area, situation unfolding. I'm like,
and you think about the timing of this, obviously President's Day, so many people off, the kids off from school. This was probably a packed arena for this game, probably something that a lot of people in that arena were looking forward to. Obviously not lost on anyone who is now watching these images at home, how close we are to another incident and seeing this chaos just a few weeks ago at Brown University. So I think this made everyone's heart kind of sink a little bit when we were hearing the calls for how many police were headed to the Dennis Lynch Arena. Again, we have no confirmation of exactly what unfolded in this arena, but you can see by the scale of the police presence, by the ambulance, by the fire trucks, that this is certainly being taken seriously by multiple municipalities within the greater Pawtucket area.
And I'm going to try and look up right now to see who Coventry High School was playing in that hockey game today, but we do know that Coventry's hockey team was at the arena. The superintendent sent a message to the community saying that the area has been secured, that the students have been secured. Emily, you have some new information for us.
So this is an email from St. Raphael's Academy. They said this afternoon at Lynch Arena, at a hockey game, there was a horrific incident with an active shooter. We have been told that no one from the St. Raphael's Academy family was injured. They will be holding a prayer service at alumni around 4:30 today. They're saying all are welcome. So we do have confirmation now. This was an active shooting. Again, no specifics about who was involved in the active shooting, what the injuries are, if there were any fatalities, but this was an active shooting that unfolded here at the Dennis Lynch Arena within the last hour in Pawtucket. You can see some of the kids there. These are kids. This was a hockey game, a kids hockey game, and they're just taking their gear out now.
Yeah, you can see a young lady right there walking with hockey gear. And again, to paint a picture of where exactly this is happening, so this is in Pawtucket. It's the Dennis Lynch Arena, which is located at 25 Andrew D. Furland Way. Now, this is near two pretty main roads in Pawtucket, Broad Street and Dexter Street. So kind of a busier area in that part of the city. And we did get confirmation through St. Ray's Academy that there was an active shooter at the arena. If we go back to information we knew earlier, we did confirm through an email that Coventry superintendent sent out to their school community that they had a hockey game there, a high school hockey game. We're told that was around 2 p.m. and this is roughly an hour, 15 minutes later. We are seeing the scene where the entire area is now roped off with yellow caution tape. There are multiple law enforcement agencies there and police. We're going to pull up that statement for you from Coventry, from the superintendent, to tell you exactly what he told the community right there. He said, "We are aware of a serious reported incident at Lynch Arena in Pawtucket where our boys hockey team was playing. Information is still developing and we're actively working with event staff and local authorities to understand the situation. Since then, we have learned from St. Ray's Academy that there was an active shooter." The Coventry statement goes on to say that we have been informed that students are secured in multiple locations. Of course, that is the top priority right now. As Emily mentioned, these are kids, these are high school kids involved in this. So Coventry superintendent says they have been secured in multiple locations. At this time, we're still working to confirm the status and location of all individuals. Our priority is the safety of our students and staff, and we are moving as quickly as possible to gather accurate information. So, Emily, this is not a situation that anybody wants to hear.
No.
Again.
Absolutely. It feels so soon after everything that unfolded at Brown University, to see this happening again in our community is it's really tough. I think for a lot of people at home who are watching this, again, we have no confirmation of any injuries, any fatalities, but we do have confirmation there was an active shooting inside that arena within the last hour, and you can see
ice skater ring shooting in Pawtucket. There's one victim. There's 5 victims. 4 in the hospital. 1 has passed away. 1 is a younger person. You know what I'm saying? 1 is a teen girl. You know what I'm saying? Please check on y'all people. Please check on the youth. Please check on people. So boom. They're trying to say that the suspect has been caught, and the suspect is pronounced dead. I don't know how true that is, but the suspect is pronounced dead. I don't actually know what was the reasoning of going in, so we're finding out this information together. Breaking news, we're gonna find out this information, put it out to the world, to let it know what's going on. It's crazy, Rhode Island, the mob state is actually living up to the mob state, You heard Rhode Island's actually living up to the mob state, to what they perceive to be, We just had a mass shooting, in Brown University, Now we got a whole mass. Now we got another mass shooting in Pawtucket, Pawtucket seems like it's falling off the hinges, Pawtucket is causing more havoc than Providence, We thought Providence had the hoods in them and stuff, Like, what's going on in Pawtucket, Clean up Pawtucket streets, GG. Like, let's get a little bit more of insight. What's going on,
the massive police presence at this hour descend upon Pawtucket. We have multiple crews on the way. Some of our reporters who were heading there were saying they've seen numerous ambulances with Pawtucket decals coming down 95 heading south. One would presume to all the hospitals we have in Providence.
Those hospitals in Providence, several of them. So hopefully if anybody was injured, they are definitely on their way there. It looks like, large police presence. We saw a lot of ambulances. I'm sure the parents out there are absolutely terrified right now. We are getting you any information that we can get you, and you will be the first to know as soon as we continue to learn more information on this active shooter situation. Again, this is at Lynch Arena. Here is a live view of what our crews are seeing on the ground right there. We're being, kept far back, of course, beyond that caution tape where police are investigating. You can see those are state police troopers right there. Local police obviously involved as well. And this is an active shooter situation. So therefore, I'm sure other police departments from the surrounding areas are also there dealing with the situation. Right now, it's extremely early. We know nothing about a suspect. We know nothing about injuries or, God forbid, deaths. But we do know that there was an active shooter situation. You can see a family there.
Yeah, it looks like a group of them just hugging. This is heartbreaking to watch again. As we see a number of state police, we've seen multiple municipalities. It doesn't seem, when we were watching this, we haven't seen any hurried movements by officers. Everything seems to be calm and controlled. No one's rushing in. There are no guns drawn. So it would appear that the situation is at least contained at this moment. We haven't seen anyone super frantic. So one would assume that most of the action happened prior to us coming on air here and getting these aerial images, because it does seem to be pretty contained at this moment, despite the large police presence, despite all the ambulances, the police cars. It has been, I would say, about 45 minutes, since we first started hearing reports of something going on at the arena. But again, no confirmation yet of any injuries, any fatalities. All we know was that there was an active shooting inside that arena where a high school hockey game was taking place.
Yes, and in the message that St. Ray's Academy sent out, of course, they are located in Pawtucket. They said that they have been told none of their SRA family was injured, but it's unclear of injuries in general. And they also said that they will be holding a prayer service at alumni around 4:30 today. That's the message right there. This afternoon at Lynch Arena at the hockey game, there was a horrific incident with an active shooter. We've been told none of our SRA family was injured. We'll be holding a prayer service at alumni around 4:30 today. All are welcome. Please keep all in your prayers. We also know that Coventry's hockey team was playing there at 2 o'clock today, presuming that is, around the time that this active shooting happened. That's when we started getting reports here in the newsroom. We really had hoped that this would have just been a drill, but this has turned out to be another active shooter situation in the state of Rhode Island just not too long after we dealt with Brown University.
Yeah, and I think it's going to cause a lot of people to look inward. I mean, obviously we have to figure out all the specifics of what unfolded here. Were there any fatalities? Were there any injuries? But I think it will cause us to look inward as a community after, you know, this happens 2 months apart from a horrific mass shooting, once again involving young kids, teenagers. It's sickening to see something happen like this in our community, back to back, one after the other.
Remember that God chose you because He knew He could trust you. You God's best kept secret. Let's pray for the victims, and this horrific tragedy, and let's understand that we in the elevator. Who's elevator? God's elevator. Our way to the top. Let's have our prayers up. You know what I'm saying? Let's get through this. Let's get back to the Family Guy, Rhode Island. You know what I'm saying? All this unnecessary actions, you know what I'm saying? All this, let's just pray for the people, the victims, so they could get by, and let them, you know what I'm saying, have some peace, because the angels in the outfield got them, and the angels in the infield got them too, you heard? That's a fact.
And, you know, obviously we have law enforcement there doing their job, trying to disarm the shooter. We're cutting to black there, we apologize. But it's a tough situation for anyone at home who's witnessing these images.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking in the sense that, you know, we always say that working in the line of work that we do, you anticipate from seeing around the country something like this happening once. I don't think that I at least ever anticipated this happening twice.
Yes.
Not so close together, at least. So this is hard to take in right now, and we know it's also difficult for all of you at home, and I can't imagine the parents who are involved in this waiting to find out that, you know, the status of their families. We're going to pull up some information involving the schools involved in this hockey game today, so quite a few, Emily.
Wow. Yeah, no, that's concerning. St. Ray's Academy, who were the initial ones that notified us that there was an active shooter. Providence Country Day School, North Providence, Johnston, North Smithfield, and Coventry all had families and students at the arena today where there was an active shooter. One of the other things, you know, I think our schools, when kids are in the school academically, and there are drills for this, there's sort of preparation, but this is after school. This was a hockey game on a holiday, families attending. This is never the type of thing that anyone anticipates there will be an active shooter who's going to show up here. And I don't think, maybe I'm wrong, but I've never been to a hockey game where there's any kinds of checks to make sure that someone's bringing a gun into a hockey arena.
I just said to you, are we going to need metal detectors everywhere we go now? Because no, hockey games, I mean, when you think of it, all of us have been to high school, and, you know, we've gone to these hockey games, for me and you probably more recently than some of our viewers at home, and it's a positive experience. You don't expect anything like that to happen, or anybody to be angry enough to bring in a gun to an incident like this. Here we're looking back live outside of the Dennis Lynch Arena in Pawtucket, where you can see, looks like a hockey player getting in the car, and we now know that it looks like this was some type of hockey tournament because quite a few schools were involved here. We initially reported Coventry High School and St. Ray's Academy. We now know that this also involved Providence County Day School, North Providence, Johnston, North Smithfield. So quite a few schools involved in this situation. We've seen these police officers outside going in and out of the building. State police troopers, of course, local police also there as well. We're assuming that police from surrounding agencies and communities are also there. The aerial shot really shows you how large the police presence is. If you're just tuning into this coverage right now, we have cut into the Olympics because there is, or at least was, an active shooter situation in Pawtucket at the Dennis Lynch Arena during what was presumably a hockey tournament with a lot of local high schools in this area. It looks like people are coming out of the building right now.
Yeah, it doesn't look, it looked like they just pulled maybe a mom or a student. It is calm. The pace at which officers are walking in and out and around the building, It's not frantic. Whatever situation unfolded seems to be contained, but you can see someone walking very slowly out of the building after officers let her out of the building. Unclear what unfolded in that building within the last hour, but there are still clearly people in the building, and we have seen dozens upon dozens of officers. Again, not moving at a brisk pace. Whatever happened in there seems to be contained, but now, certainly an investigation is unfolding right now.
What we know from growing up, Emily, in the era that we grew up, is that in active shooter drills, some people, depending on where you are during the drill, you are told to shelter in place, to hide, so that could have been why there's still people in this building right now. It looks like a woman with a coat and a jacket that's standing right there by the door. So we don't know where exactly in the arena that the shooting took place. But again, we did see a statement from Coventry, the superintendent of Coventry Public Schools, saying that their students were secured. So we don't know who fled, who sheltered in the building and hid. We just know that there was an active shooter at the arena today during what appears to be a hockey tournament involving several local schools. I'm going to list the schools for you right now so you can see if you have any loved ones on the hockey teams of this school and you would like to check in with them. They're right there on your screen. St. Ray's Academy in Pawtucket, Providence Country Day School, North Providence, Johnston, North Smithfield, and Coventry. Those are all of the high schools involved. We do know that the superintendent of Coventry sent out a statement to their community, and we know that St. Ray's Academy has also addressed this with their community. Now, St. Ray said, as far as they know, they don't believe anybody from their academy has been injured, but so far police haven't released any information on injuries with this active shooting. Right now, we're still working to get all of that. We do have crews on the ground right now, but in situations like this, of course, the first line of business is to find the suspect, to disarm the suspect, and to make sure that any victims are treated, taken to the hospital, to triage the victims on scene as well, and to make sure everybody else is okay. So, they will bring us information as soon as they can, but right now, keeping these kids, these are high school kids, safe, that is the top priority. It looks like some of the people inside of the building, it looks like that was the same bag being held, so it looks like they're now exiting the arena, and this is located again at 25 Andrew D. Furlan Way in Pawtucket, kind of an area that's a busier area because it's by Broad Street and Dexter Street in Pawtucket. As we zoom out,
was a game. It was for Blackstone Valley Schools. So St. Ray's, Providence Country Day, North Providence, North Smithfield. He reported on X that gunshots were fired at a boys hockey game between these schools. The shots came from the stands behind the Blackstone Valley Schools bench, and police and EMTs descended on the scene. So it appears to have happened in the arena while the game was unfolding. Again, we are still working to get you specifics on injuries, how many were injured. You can see some of the students there who were clearly participating. A lot of hockey jerseys there, a lot of families kind of just huddled, waiting for word about what happened. And you can see families there, again, we want to emphasize it's calm there at this hour.
It is.
It doesn't appear to be an active shooter at the current moment. We do know there was an active shooter when that game was going on about an hour ago.
Yes, but you don't see anyone walking out with their hands up. So that also signifies that police have control over the situation, because we have seen time and time again the active shooter situations where it's chaos, people are leaving the building with their hands up. We don't see any of that right now. So the good news is it does appear that this is under control, that law enforcement do have this under control, but we see a large amount of families right there and hockey players. It looks like police are directing them on where to stand, what to do. I'm sure they're going to want to talk to every single one of those people who are inside of the arena at this time as they continue to investigate this. We're still waiting to hear any updates on whether there are any injuries in this. Again, it is President's Day, so we don't know how busy this arena was. We know that there were several teams playing there. We don't know how many spectators there were as well, but this is not a school day. Schools have to stay off for President's Day. So you can see Cumberland there, their ambulance. So surrounding communities also responding to this breaking situation.
So we have some news. This is from ABC News. This is reportable that the shooting at the skating rink in Pawtucket, Rhode Island, the shooting is over here at the Dennis Lynch Arena. The exact number of people shot and their conditions right now, that is not known. But preliminary information indicates that the shooter shot and killed himself. So I think that explains why it might be calm for the most part, because the shooter, as according to ABC News, has been subdued. But we don't know how many other people were shot when those shots were fired, again, in the middle of a high school boys hockey game. A number of high schools in our area, Coventry, Providence Country Day, St. Raphael's Academy, Johnston, and several others. Many of those kids were out there on the ice when those shots were fired.
All right, we are going to go live to one of our reporters right now. We have Nicole Mader on the scene there at the Dennis Lynch Arena, where there was an active shooter. That we now know that active shooting is over. The suspect has reportedly shot and killed themselves. But we want to go out to Nicole and see what you are seeing from where you are. Nicole, can you tell us, paint the picture for us? What is it looking like behind you?
Yeah, so we are outside of the scene right now. I'm going to describe it to you. There's a lot that we don't know there. It looks like families are sitting outside. There is a huge police presence here. As we were driving north up towards Pawtucket, there were ambulances going south. The whole area around here is blocked off by police tape. I was being stopped as I was trying to get myself to the scene here. Looks like people are sitting outside, not a ton of movement, but if you look all the way down this street, red and blue, sirens and lights are going on for blocks. Everything is starting to be kind of taped off. We're seeing caution tape around here. We're seeing all sorts of law enforcement. Looks like Pawtucket Fire and Rescue is here. It was not a school day, so there are not, we don't know how many students were inside. We're trying to get as much information as we can, but a lot is really unknown right now. The most that I can tell you from what I'm seeing is Warwick Police is here, Pawtucket Fire and Rescue is here. There's people standing outside. We don't see people coming out. That's really the extent of what I can describe to you for what I have to some law enforcement to try to, there's a lot that is unknown. The level of police presence and response here is really quite large. And, as we were driving up and down on the highway, that is, really what we could see is people area, not just in Pawtucket, were responding to the situation as it rapidly unfolds here. I'll toss it back to you.
All right, Nicole, we just got some chilling information into the newsroom. A young girl is dead. A young girl was killed in the shooting. We also know that the shooter is dead. Police are not looking for anyone else at this point, so it appears that there was a single shooter, but again, a young girl. Has tragically been killed in the shooting. The exact age.
Absolutely horrific. This is lost on anyone. How the shooter then killed himself, and we have 4 other people in the hospital. We don't know what state those 4 people in, whether they're in critical condition or not. Just horrific news coming out of the Dennis Lynch. Supposed to be Blackstone Valley Schools facing off, playing there. You could see all the parents there. It was supposed to be a great day for the kids, and instead we have,
as parents ourselves, magnitude that some of this has on the entire community. Yeah. This is the second time that we have dealt with something like this recently, and to know that a young girl is now dead. Pawtucket Mayor's office, and that there are 4 victims in the hospital. Our Providence hospitals just dealt with this. It was not too long ago that they released the last victim from that shooting, and here we have another active shooting, this time in Pawtucket at the Lynch Arena, where you can see all of these families standing outside, some of them also probably being told the news that we are telling you now, finding out that their loved ones either are or are not okay. And that is a situation that nobody can fathom. A day like today, like you were just saying, Emily, it was supposed to be a fun hockey tournament, several schools involved from Rhode Island. We're still don't have the exact details of what exactly unfolded other than an active shooter, but there are reports that shots came from behind the stand. We do know that there were several hockey games going on there right now, and now we're seeing a lot of families and hockey players in this parking lot. They're staying there, probably providing information as police continue to investigate this. You can see some state troopers right there. There are also police from surrounding communities, but the active shooter, it's him or herself. We know that that person who's responsible is dead as well.
Yeah, and you know, when a horrific situation like this happens, I think it causes a lot of people to look inward and say, what could be done differently? There's nothing that would have been done differently. You don't go to a hockey tournament and walk through metal detectors.
No.
You know, no one's scanning bags, and I don't think we want to live in a society where we're scanning bags and checking for guns everywhere we go. But it's just so chilling in light of everything that unfolded just a few miles south in Providence a few weeks ago, to then see that a young girl was killed and 4 others are in the hospital right now. We don't know what condition. And how horrifying it must have been for these families that we're seeing here now, who are all just gathered around and probably going to be here for a while, because police need to talk to them and try to figure out what happened and why this happened, and maybe it will provide some answers, because none of this makes sense to a lot of us right now.
And the fear for these high school kids that no high school student should ever have to experience hearing gunshots, let alone in the arena where they are playing hockey. And here we have several schools full of high school students who were there and had to experience this and witness this and feel this fear that they will for sure never forget. It is just absolutely heartbreaking to think about for everyone involved in this situation. We do want to take it back out live to Nicole Mader. She has been on the scene there where there is that large police presence. Nicole, what can you tell us right now?
Continues to grow. There are police and EMS responders who are coming from all different parts of Rhode Island. As I told you before, as we were driving north to get to the scene, there were ambulances and police cars going south. There were also police cars who were passing me from behind, who were also coming north to respond here. There's Pawtucket Fire, there are ambulances. The yellow caution tape is continuing to move out from this stadium that we're standing outside here. It's the Lynch Arena. This was not a school day, as you've been reporting. So this was really, you know, an extracurricular game or scrimmage or activity that was happening here. It looks like there are police are waiting outside. There are young teenagers who are sitting in the back of their cars right now. It looks like there are, you know, people have been watching on. There are observers who are standing outside of this fence that we're standing at right now. It doesn't appear that there have been people going in and out of that building. Things are at a standstill, at least for right now. We have been, of course, reporting from the mayor's office that one young girl is dead. There are 4 other victims in the hospital, and the shooter is also dead. We do not know the ages of the young girl or any of those other victims. The police presence here is not going down. More people continue to show up, fire trucks, ambulances, everyone. There aren't a ton of sirens, at least not right now. Again, that may change. This is a rapidly developing situation. That is really what we're seeing here on the ground. And I'll send it back to you, to get some more information from some of our other reporters who are working in the field about what is going on as this continues to develop.
Yeah, Nicole, thank you. We just want to clarify. So earlier this afternoon, we had said that it was a tournament, a Blackstone Valley tournament. It was a game between two co-op teams. So it's basically a number of students from different schools join a co-op team when there's not enough to fill. So it was Coventry and Johnston versus St. Ray's, Providence Country Day, North Providence, and North Smithfield that were facing off in this tournament. So we're told that no students from St. Raphael's were injured. We're waiting to hear about the other students who were involved in this. Again, all we know at this hour.
We haven't really made the attempt and the effort to speak to them to make sure.
Bueno, entonces seguimos llevándolo totalmente en vivo esta rueda de prensa, pequeña rueda de prensa que se ha dado con el mayor también de aquí de Pawtucket, donde pues no dieron información si eran tres personas fallecidas, 3 en el hospital gravemente, y realmente sí ahorita van a estar dando más información. Van a dar más información después. No quisieron decir si era la persona, el tirador, ha sido mujer o hombre. Realmente, gracias, pues quisimos llevarles a ustedes información desde el punto. Todavía siguen, ya todo está controlado, solamente se está llevando investigación. En este momento se está tratando la manera de hacer investigaciones correspondientes. Lamentablemente, sí, 3 personas fallecidas, incluyendo lo que es el tirador. Ya las autoridades se ha dado información, y ahorita lo único que queda pues es esperar las investigaciones que se va a estar llevando a cabo aquí en Pawtucket, donde pues lamentablemente hoy, lunes 16 de febrero, se dio este tiroteo.
O'clock, shortly after shots were fired by a gunman. We know 1 young girl was killed. 4 other people were taken to the hospital. And right now we're waiting to hear the extent of their injuries, but you can see kind of just a standstill there now as law enforcement, ATF, state police, Pawtucket, Providence, Central Falls, we've seen all of them out there, now work to figure out what unfolded in this arena.
So 4 people, as Emily mentioned, are at the hospital. We want to take it out live now to NBC 10's Leona Falk. She is outside of Rhode Island Hospital, where some of those victims may be right now. Leona, what can you tell us?
Well, we are seeing multiple ambulances arrive just in my drive here to Rhode Island Hospital. As soon as you approach Dudley Street, you can just see the EMTs arriving one after the other. If I step out,
tratando la manera de estar tranquilos. Es un pánico enorme que está viviendo en este momento. Pueden ver familiares pues ya abrazando a sus hijos también. Realmente que es bien difícil esta situación que se está dando aquí en lo que es entre Pawtucket y la ciudad de Central Falls. Pueden ver, allá tenemos la parte de atrás, cómo entraron las autoridades, y la verdad que es un pánico total que se ha vivido el día de hoy. Como pueden ver, pues creo que iban a haber un juego, posiblemente un juego de hockey.
Left, you'll see a white one that is from Pawtucket. We also see Central Falls. An ambulance from Tiverton Fire Department came, an indication that this is definitely a mutual aid situation where multiple jurisdictions have been called in to help assist in this active shooting incident. Again, we've had it confirmed that one young girl is dead, 4 others injured following a shooting at this ice skating rink in Pawtucket. There was a high school hockey game underway, and from what we're seeing now is the aftermath. Several people injured, several families absolutely shattered by the situation here. Things have definitely started to quiet down. We've been here for about maybe 30-ish or so minutes, and in that time, we again have seen multiple ambulances arrive, obviously bringing patients and paramedics arriving. We also saw a Pawtucket police cruiser just
We're trying to uncover everything that happened. We're trying to speak to the families. Again, with the large incident that happens like this, is a lot of information to gather. Obviously, a lot of witnesses to talk to. We have several members, again, our local police departments, Cranston, Providence, State Police, ATF, everybody came to assist, Lincoln. So we have a lot of coordination that we're doing. So again, we thank our partners, and we're just going to try to gather as much information as we can at this point. And then as the information comes out, we'll forward it to the media.
Can you tell us your name and title?
Sure. Chief Gonzalez for the Pawtucket Police Department.
Chief, one more quick question. I apologize, I came in late. There were some conflicting reports, 1, 2 shooters. Was it just one shooter? Or
Correct. Yes.
one?
Yes.
And what is your message to people? This is obviously very stressful, confusing time. A lot of mixed messaging going around.
Right. So obviously this was a high school game, so that is very unfortunate. It was a senior night, a time for them to celebrate and to remember. And it's very unfortunate that this happened today. So again, we're trying to offer some services. We have Rhode Island EMA, we have the federal EMA that out there, and we'll try to offer some services if we can. Obviously, we'll try to connect with the schools tomorrow, see if there's going to be some services offered to these kids that were on the ice to the schools. So we'll do anything we can for the outreach to make sure that these kids are getting some kind of support in the days to follow, because obviously, it's going to all settle in probably later tonight or tomorrow for them.
And numbers wise,
You know what? If it's in the locker room, that's probably where it still is. Obviously, they were on the ice, so whatever they had on them, they left with.
the 3 injured, you said, remain in the hospital?
They are.
Serious condition, or
At this time, yes.
do we have an exact time of when this incident took place?
A little before 2:30, maybe like 2:28 is when we received the call. So within a few minutes of that, it was almost immediate. We were actively training at this time, so we weren't too far away. So some of the other members that were off today were also training, so they all responded. Anybody that was here for the police department responded immediately. So we were here within seconds. No.
Do you know when you will be able to give us another update?
No.
Should we stick around here or go to the auto?
So what'll normally happen is Sergeant Georgitis or Sergeant Lefebvre, the PIO, will do more of a draft email later, and then they'll do a mass email out to all the media outlets, and they'll send it out that way. But for the most part, this is kind of, the initial update, kind of letting you guys know what's happening. I appreciate you guys staying here and waiting. So we just wanted to make sure that you had the information to put it out there. And then again, once we get more information, we'll send it out.
Will you have a speech to the media when we're standing down the street in the auto parking lot? That's where we were told the restaurant was. Is that not happening?
Everyone's down there.
Okay.
Like
So-
20 cameras.
Okay, so just give me a few minutes
Okay.
and I'll
Do you have an
reorganize.
update on the casualties?
I'll just give me a minute. I'll finish here and then if you want, I can go over there and update you guys at the same.
Okay.
Okay, so just give me a couple minutes and I'll do that for you. Okay?
So real quick, just off camera, do you have an update on casualties?
3.
3 people killed,
Yes.
Including the shooter.
3 people killed. Are they members of his family?
So it appears that's a family dispute. I don't know the connections, but it
3
appears
killed, including shooter.
they're all connected.
3 injured.
And then
Thank you. Yep. Yeah, the chief of police here in Pawtucket is now asking anyone who is inside this ice arena for video or pictures from this shooting to send it their way. This is still very much an active investigation, but again, the big headline here, the police chief confirming 3 have now been killed in this shooting inside this ice arena and 3 remain in the hospital in serious condition. And we know the shooting happened around 2:30 this afternoon here inside the Lynch Ice Arena in Pawtucket. And you can see dozens of officers remain on scene here. We have police from Providence, we have ATF agents, state police, lots of agencies here assisting Pawtucket police as this investigation is still very much underway. But we do know that the police chief tells us she believes high school boys were participated. The police chief tells us she believes this was a family dispute. She believes this was a targeted shooting, and she can confirm 3 people have been killed, including the suspect, but she would not get into any of the details of exactly who has lost their life here, who is responsible, and who remain in the hospital. Now, I did ask the police chief whether any children were injured in this shooting. At this point, she cannot confirm that. She believes no children were injured, but she will not confirm that at this point. And you can see, I mean, the caution tape is still up, and this is still closed off to everyone as they continue to investigate here. But the big question here is they're looking for any photos, any videos inside, because there are a lot of people inside watching this hockey game at the time of the shooting, as they gather evidence to learn exactly what happened here and learn who was shot and why this happened. But again, we know that this was a high school hockey game here, and we will expect you guys.
Got like the Lisa just ambushed her. We got a presser. I was like, she just came out. It was like a briefing. You guys were like, okay.
I feel bad that they're all waiting over there.
You're doing it now. So.
Yeah.
happen.
Did this happen in the stands? Can you just describe the layout in there and where this all took place?
So because we're in the initial stages of the investigation, I can't get into detail. Obviously, we're still investigating that. We're talking to all the witnesses. Like I said, there were several people within the Lynch Arena because it was a high school hockey game. So we're talking to all those witnesses. We have several witnesses that were here, and then some that we have brought to the police station where we're talking to them there. We also were able to take everybody inside the building and we reunified them with their families down by Walgreens. We used RITA buses to be able to reunite those kids and people in the stands with their families.
Was the shooter related to the other victims? You said a family dispute.
Yes, so because it's a family dispute, I don't know the relationship exactly at this point because it's still initial, but yes, it is family related.
Are you releasing any other information about the other victims, ones critical, juvenile, adults, any other?
Not at this time until we speak to the families and we get more information.
But the mayor said it was a young girl. Is that correct or not correct? Just the females, all you're saying, no age.
Chief, Deirdre from NBC 10, can you confirm that the victim is actually the daughter of the suspect?
Okay, so I'm not going to confirm who actually is the casualties at this point because, again, we want to speak to the families and make sure the families are well aware of what happened before we release any information. Again, we're still only at the initial stages. It only happened at 2:30 this afternoon. Again, we went in, like I said, there were several people in there. We have several witnesses that are at the station, so we're going to put it together a story before we release information to make sure that the information put out there is accurate and correct, and there's nobody.
Chief, for victims.
Cruising through, coming as fast as they possibly could to get to the emergency room. This is going to be a situation that will absolutely rock the community, and so we're seeing again multiple different jurisdictions joining in to assist in any which way possible, whether it be assisting during the investigation or ultimately just getting the victims the medical care that is necessary during an absolute tragedy that we're seeing right now. Again, we're seeing some of these ambulances start to leave Rhode Island Hospital now. Tiverton starting to leave, Johnston as well. Again, I mentioned Central Falls and obviously Pawtucket, where the shooting ultimately took place. Again, multiple ambulances have arrived here to assist in just the medical aid for some of the victims, but we're expecting obviously the community to start arriving here as far as families are concerned, people trying to get updates on their loved ones and on their children. We'll be waiting for more information as far as the victims, but until then, back to you.
All right, Leanna, thanks. We have an updated statement from Coventry Schools. This is from the superintendent on the shooting, saying we want to provide an updated message regarding the incident at Lynch Arena in Pawtucket. All of our students have been accounted for and all are safe. So we now know all the students at Coventry who were on that co-op team, all the students at St. Ray's who are on the other co-op team, they have been accounted for and they are safe. Still a number of other schools in our area that we're playing, Johnston, Providence Country Day, North Providence, and North Smithfield. We're waiting for more information. Again, 4 people we know are injured, and tragically, 1 young girl was killed. The shooter, we're told, also took his own life.
We do want to head back out to the field. We have Brian Crandall live at the scene for us. Brian, I'm sure you've been working your sources. What information can you tell us about the situation?
Yeah, at this point, it's the basics. We do know that 1 young girl is dead. That's according to the mayor's office. 4 other victims in the hospital, and also the shooter is dead. And again, this happened inside the Dennis Lynch Ice Arena as a hockey tournament was taking place. We just saw a busload of hockey players getting onto a RIPTA bus here on the corner of Broad and Furland, around the corner from the ice rink. As you see, a lot of police activity here, and there were police officers who escorted those hockey players onto the bus. If you know the area, this is the Wendy's on the corner at Furland and Broad. Again, police activity up and down the street here. The streets are blocked off, and the information is that this happened during a high school hockey tournament with a bunch of teams involved. I believe the team we saw getting onto a bus was from Coventry, as you just mentioned. So we're still trying to learn details about the victims here and where they were from, and again, a potential motive for the shooting if the person was known. But again, it appears to have happened inside the arena here in Pawtucket, the Dennis Lynch Arena. And we've seen plenty of police officers, obviously from Pawtucket State Police. I'm standing in Providence Police Cruiser. We've seen Woonsocket Police. As you can imagine, quite a response here on the scene in Pawtucket with this mass shooting at a high school hockey tournament, with again teams from across the area. A number of teams were co-ops, so there's multiple schools involved.
So it's two kids or two teens that was deceased. They keep saying one. It's two deceased. Two kids are deceased. The daughter, like they keep saying one, so it's two of them. So make sure y'all get that correct. That it's two of them. The daughter and 4 shot or in the hospital for something else. But 2 of them has been deceased. 2.
From those teams. And again, a heavy police presence as you look across the corner of Furland and Broad. But our understanding is the shooter is dead. We're told by the mayor's office that police are not looking for anyone else at this time. Again, we'll bring you the latest details as we get them. But again, while it appears, according to the mayor's office, that the situation itself is over, still a lot to unpack here in terms of how this happened, why this happened, and again, the status of the victims. But again, what we know at this hour, 4 victims in the hospital, but a young girl has been killed and the shooter is dead as well. Back to you.
Brian, I know you've been in contact with the mayor's office. You were able to get us that first confirmation, and we do know that the one young girl has died. Did they have any description of the 4 other victims who are at the hospital right now? Were they players? Were they fans? Do they have any information on who was injured in the shooting?
At this point, I don't have that information. Again, I got a quick explanation. As you can understand, the information is fast developing, a lot of phone calls being made. So we're trying to work on those details.
Brian, thanks. We also have a statement now that we want to bring you. This is from the Providence Bruins on the shooting. They say, our thoughts are with those affected by the tragic events at the high school hockey game at Dennis M. Lynch Arena in Pawtucket today. While we wait for more details, we share our support with the community and commend the first responders for all their efforts.
All right, we want to take it back out live now to Nicole Mader, who's been live on scene there. She's been really close to where the arena is, behind that fence. Nicole, do you have anything new that you can tell us? I mean, there are so many unanswered questions still right now, and the community just reeling.
Yeah, so we've started to see at least the first impacts of what this tragedy is going to look like for this community. We've seen students or maybe young people, we're not sure if they're students, leaving from the Dennis Lynch Arena here. They were escorted out of the building by police and put in cars. They were very emotional. Some of them were shaking. Some of them were crying. You can see here there are still a handful of people who are facing the arena. They're watching. They haven't really moved. They're waiting inside. You can see state police inside. You can see Pawtucket. ATF is on the scene here. The police presence has not gone down. At the scene from where I am, there are still lights up all the way up the block. The scene is completely taped off with caution tape. There are officers that are standing all around where we are right now. There's people who at least are here right now who appear to be part of the community, who appear to have been in the area when this incident took place, are clearly visibly shaken. They're emotional, they were upset, and I think that is going to be the beginning of a long recovery, if you can even call it that. People have not even begun to wrap their heads around what has happened. And it was really just 2 months ago, a little over 2 months ago, that shooting occurred on Brown University's campus here in Rhode Island, which is something that people have still been talking about. So I'll continue to keep you updated as the scene develops here. Police are still walking around. That's really all I have for right now. I'll continue to survey and, bring you any more new information as we have it. But people are really emotional already from this tragedy. I don't think that emotion is going anywhere. I think that people will continue to be upset and shaken by another tragedy happening here in Rhode Island.
All right, Nicole, thank you. We do have a couple of statements to read right here. The ATF has posted an update on the shooting. They say that ATF agents are responded to a reported shooting in Pawtucket, Rhode Island to assist state and local authorities. The public should avoid the area and follow the directions of Pawtucket police. So to remind you of that area, this is right near Broad Street and Dexter Street. It's on Andrew D. Furland Way in Pawtucket, the Dennis Lynch Arena. And we also just got a statement in from Pawtucket. They're saying that there was an incident, of course, at the Interscholastic League ice hockey game this afternoon. We have confirmed that our Johnston High School student athlete who is participating in the game is safe. So another student that has now been deemed safe. We're also aware of another Johnston student who is in attendance, and that student is safe as well. At this time, no Johnston High School students, to the best of their knowledge, was harmed in this incident. Of course, everyone is still investigating, and the schools who were involved in this, and many schools were, this was 2 co-op teams playing, so they're all trying to determine that their students are okay. Of course, that's top of mind. That's their priority.
Yeah, and we're working to get you the information. We're bringing this to you as it comes into our newsroom. And we're also hearing word that in the 4 o'clock hour, we're hoping there will be a news conference where we'll hopefully get more answers about who's in the hospital, the degree of their injuries, and what exactly unfolded in that arena. In the meantime, NBC 10's Leanna Falk is outside Rhode Island Hospital, where she's been monitoring a number of ambulances arrive at the hospital. Leanna.
Yeah, Emily, the scene here from Rhode Island Hospital is quieter than what we're seeing at Nicole's situation, but no less tragic, just given the gravity of the situation here. Again, we've confirmed 1 young girl has died, 4 others injured following this active shooter situation in Pawtucket. Now, the ambulances that I showed you earlier this afternoon, those have since left. So that lets us know that the victims that were transported here to the hospital are now getting that medical treatment. And now it's an all-out effort, obviously, to make sure that they are brought, that they are okay, obviously. So we are waiting for, obviously, seeing if family members, community members start to arrive to get the update on their situation. But as far as the area surrounding Rhode Island Hospital here on Dudley Street, things have quieted, to say the least. So again, no further updates as far as seeing more and more ambulances start to arrive. We know that it was 1 person dead again, a young girl, 4 others injured. The details on those injured we have not yet received yet, so we don't know anything as far as ages, names, conditions. How are these people doing? We don't know that information just yet, but as you mentioned, again, we're hoping to get that update at 4 o'clock at some point within the next hour or so, a press conference that can give some type of information, some type of update that we can share to the community. And as always, once we get that update, we will bring it to our viewers.
Brian, now, Brian, you have been directly communicating with the mayor's office of Pawtucket. He's the one who was able to confirm that a young girl died and that 4 others were injured. What else do you know right now? Have you received any additional communications from the mayor's office?
Yeah, not yet, Tammy. And again, young girl, we're not sure of the age, but that is the information we have, that that is the 1 person who is killed. The shooter is also dead, 4 other people in the hospital. And the scene behind me, apart from a lot of police officers, we see hockey players and what appears to be parents waiting around, potentially to reunite or to get transportation. We've seen some hockey teams get on the buses here. I see another RIPTA bus down the street that looks like it's waiting as people are, I think, trying to coordinate what they're going to do next. But again, our understanding is that the situation is over, that the shooter is dead, and that police are not looking for anyone else. Again, that's the basic information that we have right now. But again, scary moments, obviously, for all these players, parents, family members who were in the stands when this shooting happened at the Dennis Lynch Ice Arena, would appear to be a couple of hours ago now during a high school hockey game. As I said, we've seen some statements from a couple of the high schools, from St. Ray's, from Coventry, notifying community members about what happened. But again, not a lot of details at this point, as we see family members and hockey players on the corner of Broad and Furland here outside the arena, apparently waiting to see what happens next. But again, the basic information: the shooter is dead, 1 young female is dead, and 4 other people are in the hospital. Back to you.
And Brian, from where you are, can you tell, do they have the arena completely cleared out? And does it seem like they're having families there kind of in a holding pattern while this investigation now gets underway?
Yeah, the entrance to the arena is down the street. So I'm not sure at this point if they have everybody out of the arena. I would assume so at this point. We're on a corner outside, and it looks like that's where one team is gathered. Again, we saw another team got on a bus, but we still see plenty of police officers walking around. There's one down the street still with his rifle out, just about to walk past us here. So again, a heavy police presence still on the scene. As you can imagine, they all descended here hearing the reports of a mass shooting incident. So it's calm now. People are kind of gathered, I think, trying to figure out what to do next and trying to get their bearings. But again, the information we have is that the situation is over with. The shooter is dead. But again, terribly, one young person has lost their life and 4 others are in the hospital.
All right, Brian, thank you. We do want to get out now to NBC 10's Mike Cerullo. He's actually at Miriam Hospital. We have Leanna at Rhode Island Hospital, but from pictures that he sent to the newsroom, it looks like there's also quite a few ambulances. We can see the lights behind you, Mike, at Miriam Hospital. So what do you know? Do you know if any of the victims were taken there? We do know that, of course, 4 victims are being hospitalized.
At this time, we don't know for sure if any of these ambulances, I'm going to step away, are from this incident that took place, but we can see a lot of activity happening here outside Miriam Hospital's emergency room. You see this ambulance from Providence right here, Foster as well, Lincoln. So these ambulances from all over and right outside the emergency room here at Miriam Hospital. It isn't very far from the scene where this is all has transpired. This tragedy has taken place, but we can see these ambulances are here. We know that at least 4 people have been taken to the hospital and 1 person dead, the suspect dead at this time, according to the mayor's office. And, our photographers just zooming in to see these ambulances, notably from different parts of Rhode Island. You got Providence, Foster, Lincoln. From just what I can see at this moment, we're trying to figure out if these are related to this incident that took place today. Leanna, again, is at Rhode Island Hospital. She saw some activity out there as well. I'm sure you guys have been to her already and seen what it looks like at that hospital. But this hospital, Miriam Hospital, also isn't very far from where this all took place. So again, just a live look here at the ambulances outside the emergency room at Miriam Hospital. Now, I did just get here, so I'm trying to figure out more information as to whether any of the victims from this, the 4 who were taken to the hospital, according to the mayor's office, were taken here to Miriam Hospital. And as soon as I get more information, we'll come back and we'll let you know. But for now, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
All right, we'll check in with you shortly, Mike. We have this statement now from the Johnston superintendent on the shooting. It reads, as you may have heard, there was an incident at an interscholastic league ice hockey game this afternoon in Pawtucket. We have confirmed that our Johnston High School student athlete who was participating in the game is safe. We are also aware of another Johnston student who was in attendance. That student is safe as well. At this time, to the best of our knowledge, no Johnston High School students were harmed during this incident. So some good news coming out of Johnston. It goes on to read, law enforcement has secured the scene and is actively investigating. The safety and security of our students, players, and families is always our highest priority. We will continue to monitor the situation closely and provide updates as additional verification. We're waiting for a news conference. We're told sometime in the 4 o'clock hour. We're hoping when a lot more of that information should be coming to light.
Yeah, and we do want to clarify, if you are just joining us, that so this is at the Dennis Lynch Arena in Pawtucket, which is kind of a main area in Pawtucket, of course. It is near Broad Street and Dexter Street. This was a regular season game, not just because these were 2 co-op teams. So in Johnston versus St. Ray's, Providence, Country Day, North Providence, and North Smithfield. So that's why all of these communities are chiming in, because there were students from multiple parts of the state involved in this. There's still law enforcement there right now, of course, investigating. This investigation, Emily, as you know, is really just getting underway. We know that the shooter is dead. The threat has been eliminated. As far as we know, that person was, you see, it's relatively calm. You don't see the chaos that you see in active shootings. Outside, hockey players, people who left that arena.
Hey, what's up, Dundada?
Wow, crazy.
Let me get you right.
What's going on in the world?
What's up, Dundada? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Breaking news, I see it.
Yeah, I guess it's an active shooter, and they went to the ice skating ring. Someone says that it was probably a husband, the daughter, and I guess he either shot two kids or his children, maybe. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe people by accident or something like that. Not really too scared of the situation.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
Damn.
I guess the dude went in the ice skating ring, and kids and 3 different schools was having and three different schools was having like a contest or whatever, a hockey game, was having a hockey game, and they was having a hockey game, the daughter and homie ran up in the ice skating ring and happened either his wife or just 2 children. Right now, I think 2 children or 2 people's been unalive so far, or 3. You know what I'm saying?
You going in the Matrix.
You hear what I'm saying?
We in the Matrix. You heard?
Yeah, I know you in the you be I hear you though.
All right. So it was a hockey game, and the guy went in there and started shooting.
Yeah.
But was the game? And the game was being played while he was shooting.
Yes. Kids was on ice while he was shooting. That's type crazy right there. You are right about that one.
Yeah.
Yup.
Damn.
While he was shooting.
I mean, it sounds like a case of infidelity. You know, maybe the girl was cheating on him. So he probably went there to get his redemption, right? So he went there with the redemption. You know what I'm saying? He pulled out. He meant to hit her, and he probably hit the kid. He probably hit the kids. Because
why would you automatically? Why are you laughing?
Because if
this really happened. Like this is happening right now, bro.
I'm just saying. I'm getting a case. I'm getting a case out of the spider senses. I feel like maybe the lady was cheating, right? So he went there with the redemption to get his revenge, right? So he went there with the intentions to do harm to the female. So maybe when he got shooting, once he got shooting, he probably mistakenly hit the kids. So he knew, like, oh shit, there ain't no coming back from this. So that's why he offed himself.
He mistakenly hit the kids. You think? Like, why would you say mistakenly?
Yeah, I don't think he was intentionally going after the kids. Maybe they were too close in vicinity when he started shooting. You know, it only takes a 10th of a second for the, you know what I mean, for that motion walked into the crossfire.
No.
Yeah.
Maybe he did it because the kids. Maybe he did it because the kids wouldn't like him no more. Like the kids not gonna like him after this no more. You don't think that? Like the kid, he ain't gonna be able to talk to them.
Yeah. Kids ain't gonna want to fuck with daddy no more. But I mean, it's still wrong either way around it. I mean, he could have just, you know, take the L, move on, start a new life, get it.
He's wilding. Well, who said that's? What makes you think? What? That's crazy. Wow. Let's finish up. Let's finish up what they gotta say, Dada. Let's hear what these people say before we take anybody. Let's see what people gotta say real quick. Hold on. See what the news is saying.
Arena and are likely going to be questioned by police in the coming hours. This investigation will stretch not just into the night, but of course, for many days to come.
Absolutely. NBC 10's Leanna Falk, she's live outside Rhode Island Hospital. We just saw where Mike was, a number of different ambulances from several municipalities. Leanna, are you seeing anything unfolding behind you?
Emily, there's been no new developments here from Rhode Island Dudley Street. And what you're seeing behind me is the main parking garage. So anyone that is familiar with Rhode Island Hospital, you've likely entered this garage. On top of that is that main ambulance bay. Now, when we first arrived about an hour ago, we'll say, there were several ambulances, at least half a dozen, and there were multiple jurisdictions here as well. So in addition to Pawtucket, we also saw crews from Tiverton, we saw crews from Providence, we also saw Johnston and Central Falls. So there were a number of ambulances that arrived here in the aftermath of that shooting. Now, we've been mentioning it just to confirm the numbers again. One young girl has died and 4 others were injured. So we know that right now, either here at Rhode Island Hospital or where you saw Mike at Miriam, there are several victims. We are hoping to get some more information in the coming hours as far as a press release is concerned, or a press conference to get some more information as far as what is the update on those victims. Who are they? What are their ages? What is the status of their condition? Those are the things that this community wants to know right now. They want to know that their loved ones, possibly their children, family members, are safe and that they are stable. And so we are hoping to bring that positive update to you after such a tragic situation and a tragedy unfolding in the city of Pawtucket, and obviously the state of Rhode Island, given how small we are and how many different avenues that we touch each other 1 degree.
Yeah, bro. So yeah, what you were saying though? You good?
Yeah. I don't know. I got kicked out. I don't know what happened. The signal or something.
You ain't get kicked, bro. Yeah.
So did you hear what I was saying, or was I in the Matrix? Did you hear everything I said, or you want me to repeat it?
You said that repeat it for the people.
I just said the way I feel, the way my senses is sensing in on the topic. I feel like the man, if he's the father or if he's just the boyfriend, the husband, he's probably over his edge. Probably caught the wife cheating, the woman. So he went there to get his redemption. So when he went there to get his redemption, he already had it planned what he was going to do, right? Maybe she said something, triggered him, who knows? Or maybe she was there with the new boyfriend. We don't know because we're not there, right?
Yeah.
But anyways, I feel like he went there for the wife, for the woman. He shot at her. Maybe the kids were in the vicinity. Maybe they got too close once he started shooting, and he hit them. And I feel like he didn't intentionally hit the kids. It was just, they just got hit by crossfire, you know? But then I feel like just in that heat of the moment, he realized he hit one of the kids. So he was like, yo, there ain't no coming back from this. So that's why he offed himself, because he knew he couldn't live with himself, because he knew he fucked up.
You're talking in a way that you feel like people that you're talking in a way that you're trying to hide monstrous people. Like he accidentally did something by accident, bro. He walked into an ice skating ring with kids is having a game, an ice skating game, GG.
Yeah.
Like,
but maybe he felt like
game, bro. This is on the ice, bro, skating, bro, and went up and shot a lady. Nigga, what you talking about, bro?
Yeah, that was his only chance to get her. I'm not okay with it, but the shit happens like that.
What?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, hell yeah. Motherfuckers get walked down at their jobs in public. Maybe she had a restraining order or something on him. So maybe that it's in a public spot. So that was his chance to get her, you know? You got to think like the killer, bro. That was his opportunity, and he went, and it backfired. And I'll tell you how, because he hit one of the children. So when he hit one of the children, he knew he fucked up. There ain't no coming back from that. Like, he knew he wanted to do malice to the lady. He hit one of the kids. So that's why he offed himself, because he knew his shit didn't go as planned, bro. Never goes as planned.
This is what someone said. They said ATF sources said gunman killed his wife and 2 children before shooting himself, bro. And you over here saying that he did it by accident. Like, I don't think it was an accident, brother. I don't think it was an accident.
Nah, because if he really wanted to do it, he wouldn't have offed himself. That's how I feel. He wouldn't have offed himself if he really wanted to do the kids. I feel like it was by mistake. It was probably accidentally. Maybe he was intentionally shooting the woman. The kids got too close. They got hit. and he saw it, and he's like,
So
"Fuck."
you're trying to tell me that it's okay for somebody to unalive a woman?
I mean, it's not okay, but shit happens like that. That's just the reality of life, bro. You can't tell a killer how to think. If somebody's already over the edge, if someone's already over the edge, bro, you can't tell them how to move, what rules, what not to do, or what to do. They're just gonna go do it. Whatever happens along the way, it happens. That's just how it happens, bro. That's, you know what I'm saying? You can't coach a killer in the heat of the moment. Like, yo, flag on the play. I'm out. Fuck yeah, it was. Hell yeah, it was. And I feel like with the
if he off the children, he knew he was going to off the children before he knew that he was going to go over there and do that to them children. No lie.
I mean, we don't know what's going in his head, but it's like I said it before. You know, they're sick individuals to where they have that selfish mind thinking to where they go, if I can't have you, nobody can. You know what I'm saying? That's just the reality of the shit. Some people are just mentally weak. You know, they can't take how do you say? They can't take accountability for a loss.
Even if you do got the
He was
mindset,
weak.
if I can't have you, no one can have you. What do the kids got to do with it? The kids can't have you either.
Nothing.
What do the kids got to do with it?
Well, I mean, that's the malice reality of the whole turmoil. Some killers, they take out the whole family. Some killers they take out their wife. I'm saying that's just the reality of the shit. But we don't know what took him there. We don't know what got him there. But I feel like it's infidelity, bro. Straight up. Ain't no way I'm killing my ex or my wife over another dude. I'm just gonna go rebound and find another lady and make a new family. Simple as that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, some people, they can't think like that. Some people can't think like that, you know? I'm not saying what he done is right, but I'm just trying to like just lay it out how I see it, how I'm thinking it. Just my senses. I'm a little psychic on shit like this. First 48. It's just a cold case. It's a case closed. They already know. You know what happened? I mean, go through the phone, go through the communications, go through the computers. You're gonna see what the fuck's going on in the last 24 hours before this happened. You know, you just got to go down the timeline in the past 48 hours. You know, they were probably fighting all weekend. Maybe he took her flowers for Valentine's and she was in bed with another dude. We don't know. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? He wanted to be the Valentino and he wasn't Valentino. So, I mean, it's just
He did something on Valentine's Day. He was heated, Dundada.
Yeah, facts. She was having some other chocolate. Yeah, she was getting flores and chocolates from somebody else. Right? So I mean,
the lady is deceased, bro. Are you gonna have some respect though? Are you gonna have some respect for the Angels in the outfield? That's what I'm asking, bro.
Yeah, facts. But
like you speculating and you saying mad harsh things, and what if the lady wasn't cheating? What if the dude was crazy?
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Show me otherwise.
Nigga, she don't
I know she was.
He could have been just on her heels, like, oh my god.
Nah. You don't just kill. You don't just kill. Nah, hell no. You don't just kill somebody being sober.
After restraining order, and then this nigga can't take it, and does some wild shit like that.
Yeah. That's what happens. Life is life, bro. Life is life. But
be the girl's fault.
But I mean, that's what triggered the man. So I mean, that's where we at. We just trying to. I'm just trying to give my sense on it, because I ain't gonna say, because if she wasn't,
the man got triggered by. No one could trigger you, but that's what you want them. That's what you. If she's triggering you, you want her to trigger you. Nigga, yo, weak-minded
Well,
person saying that she's triggering you. You can't say that would trigger them. What if her being happy is triggering him? What if her just living regular life is triggering him? What if her just being outside with social friends being social is triggering him? You know what I'm saying? It don't have to be bad things.
Nah, I mean, it's not bad if the lady
You
wants
see,
to
now
move
you're looking
on,
at
but
it. Now you're looking at it like, oh, okay, it could be that. You see?
no, because hell no,
Yeah, no.
people don't just get killed just for being nice or being, being happy. Hell no, you do.
Hell yeah.
People,
Cause you be like, I don't want to be with you. I'm still going to work. I'm still doing my thing. I don't want to be with you. I'm still doing my thing. Nigga showing up to the job, doing this, doing that. Who knows?
but I feel like there was more to it.
Hit. You know what I'm saying?
And it was just the woman and the kids, no one else, nobody on the rink got hit, no bystanders. So he knew he was, because so he knew who he was going for.
Yeah, it was a target to hit them, Dada.
And it wasn't just randoms, because if that was the case, a lot more people would have been in the hospital.
Yeah.
We would have had more,
That's a fact.
I mean, but I don't know. Maybe it's something. Maybe it's something in your guys' water over there. The motherfuckers is crazy over there. I said maybe it's something in the water over there.
Yeah, right.
Motherfuckers is going crazy. Motherfuckers is going crazy over there.
Well, I done gotten too crazy, Dada.
Fucking first Brown University, then Ronnie, now this. Yikes. We need cleansing, bro. We need cleansing. We need to cleanse the city.
Yeah. We need to stay
So
right.
what's your so what are your thoughts on it? How do you feel it could have happened or how it played out? What's the Dundada's input?
I'm not a person that speculates. So if the news is saying that this happened or something, I read the details, and I just put my thing. I don't know why the dude went in there and did that. Like even if someone like even like nothing, there's no right answer to say that he has any type of logic of going in there and bodying somebody in front of a bunch of kids. You know what I'm saying? That shit wouldn't make no logic at all. So there's no story that you could actually tell me to make this shit seem right. You know what I'm saying? Like nothing's gonna make this seem right. There's nothing you can say that like, oh yeah, this is why he did it, and it's a logic reason now. There's no logic reason. So obviously the reason's gonna be unlogical, and I just can't put my thought around it. So I don't know what happened unless when they start seeing if he was calling her, they got restraining orders or whatever the case may be. Who knows what happened? I don't even know that was her husband or whatever the case may be. People just say that. Anything could be anything, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if that people just said that. Someone wrote that they say that was his kid and his wife, but who knows if that was his kid and his wife?
That did it.
It could be anything. Now the girl, if he found out that the kids wasn't his, if he found out the kids wasn't his, and she was wilding, some shit like that, then maybe he went over edge. Who knows? But I wouldn't know. You know what I'm saying? What I know is the details to it. He went in the ice skating rink. A couple people got hit. He left. I don't know what his mindset is. You know what I'm saying, Dada?
They didn't put his name out yet?
Nah. Now.
Age?
I don't know because I'm not with the updates, but probably by now his name is out there or something like that. His name is probably out there, Dada. If it's not up there, it's gonna be out there. He matter of fact, he unalived himself. So it really doesn't matter. Yeah. Maybe if he didn't unalive himself, maybe we would have heard his name faster. But he unalived himself. Yeah.
And it's still under investigation, so they don't want to give names yet. I feel it.
Who knows who he told? Who knows what happened or anything like that? You know what I'm saying?
I just feel like it's a love affair that gone wrong. That's what I feel. That's what it sounds like.
They said it's on Crime Police Scanner, the data. Let me see. I've been looking at Crime Police Scanner. I don't see nothing there. I've been looking at Crime Police Scanner. I don't see nothing there. The data.
What's that, like an app? A website?
Yeah, I don't know. Where's that? What's it like? There must be a link or something. They say I do too much. I gotta do what I. Damn, man. That's crazy, bro. They did them dirty, bro. Rhode Island needs a break, bro. Rhode Island needs a break, the data. I bet we got some more news. It says it was a woman and her daughter, age unknown, and boyfriend, husband, not sure. If police killed him or he killed himself. I think he killed himself.
Yeah.
Thank you, Queen, for letting us know the data. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, except the cops. If the cops would have offed them, they would have put that in the report, like with the news.
Yeah,
you know I mean,
most
they would have.
likely.
They would have wanted.
So they
Yeah,
said the
they
mother
would have
and
wanted to
daughter
take that
were killed.
credit.
So only two people, the data. The mother and the daughter, the data.
Damn.
Dang. So maybe the husband did it. I don't know if it was his child. If it wasn't his child, you know what I'm saying?
Yikes.
That's what I'm saying.
But yeah, I mean, it's always hard to lose a loved one, regardless of the fact. But you just gotta.
Now that's just sad, the data, especially because you know people shouldn't be hurting kids or girls, the data, women and shit, or women, the data. These dudes be wilding, the data. Like you're gonna hurt your wife, but you got bullied your whole life. Like what about to do that? Like not to go out there and commit violence to the people that was, but you was bullied your whole life, and you want to go in there and hurt your wife, or not even your wife, man, or that was a boyfriend, or that was just a person that, you know what I'm saying, significant other, why would you do that to the kid? Unless maybe he wanted to hide, for them to hide something, maybe he did something or something, they was gonna come forward or something. Maybe he was a weirdo, you know what I'm saying? Maybe he could have been a chomo or something. Who knows, or something else? Maybe not. Maybe she was cheating. Who knows? I don't know. I can't. You know what I'm saying? It could be any of them, any other above. But we just can't blame her. You know what I'm saying? We're not gonna do that. We just can't blame him. You know what I mean? That's reality, Dandara. It's a sad situation.
It wasn't a love, but it wasn't a love-hate relationship. That's for sure. But then again, we don't know. Love, hate.
It's coming out. More details are gonna come out. More details will emerge. Dandara, you know what I'm saying? We breaking stories out here, Dandara. So we're breaking the stories, Dandara. We doing the work, Dandara. While they doing the groundwork, we're doing the work right here. Getting the story out to the public, doing our journalist work, you know what I'm saying? The angels in the outfield. So this is what we're gonna say, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully they understand that they in the elevator. Whose elevator? God's elevator. They understand that God chose them because he knew he could trust them. He's God's best kept secret. There's real angels in the outfield, real angels in the infield. You know what I'm saying? Blessings from the heavens, You know what I'm saying? Life's what you make it, but there's always somebody that's going to stir you in the right way. High frequency living, You heard? Hopefully you grieve in the right way. You heard? That's right. That's for real, The man who opened fire in Pawtucket Ice Arena shot and killed his wife and shot 2 of his kids before turning gun on himself.
Yeah. So what? Is it safe to say love gets you killed?
Love's a crazy thing,
or love hurts. Can we put in quotes? Love hurts.
I don't know, but that's not love, bro. Why would you say love? People that love people, that's imagination. That's imagination. That's not called love. You don't hurt people you love, bro. You let people you love go on and live their life, Like you want the best for people you love, Like even if you actually love your people's or whoever you will, whatever the case may be, if they decide to go their way, you gonna show them love, like I bet I see you, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully you make it wherever you gonna prosper at it's all love, you heard? That's different, bro. That's the difference between people thinking that they love someone that go out and crash out for someone they love and take everybody's life, That's not called love, bro. That's called delusion, bro. If you think you was in love. Like you gotta be kind. You be kind to people you love. You want love to succeed. You don't want to hurt people you love. You know what I'm saying? As a video, you know, my people, but there's a bunch of people talking about the situation or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? It's funny how you know what happened when they haven't even said anything. You know this is for a fact. It goes deeper than that. It's not just a family dispute or domestic case. How you know this? Police haven't confirmed anything or identities. The news said it was actually a feud between two families. Gotta do your research. There are players.
A feud.
Go ahead.
Feud. You said feud between two families?
Two families, I guess. That's what they're trying to say. This is all thing people saying. There was a player on the ice skate over that way and didn't see him come back. I wonder if it was his family. Very sad. I know they were family, but that is so far.
I wouldn't say. I don't know, bro. That's crazy. I mean, how can you shoot your own family member? That's just
prayers for the people on the hockey players dealing with this trauma from what's unfolded.
Prayers for Providence, you heard? Prayers for Rhode Island.
It was Pawtucket. That's Pawtucket, Rhode Island. Prayers for Rhode Island. That's Pawtucket. That happened in Pawtucket, Dada. Yeah, so that's what they saying, Dada. I don't think they said who did the shooting. My God, what happened to this world, Dada? Wow, crazy. God have mercy for Rhode Island, Dada.
Damn.
It's only right information we could put out, Dada. This is crazy, Dada. Never mess with the hockey people. They are like family. This is just horrible news. People are so sick today. Shit hit different, Dada. Damn, GG, 3 dead. Now they saying 3 dead, Dada. This is the news. 3 dead, 3 seriously injured after shooting in Pawtucket Ice Arena. Is it 3 dead, 2 dead, a wife, 2 kids? Like, what is it, bro? What is it?
They gotta get their news together.
They gotta get their news together, bro. Like this is how the Boston shooter almost. I mean the what's that called? The college, the Brown University college thing. The got thing. I bet. We got the link, bro. We got the link. We got the shooting on. We got the shooting right here, bro. You heard? Yeah. So let's see what actually happened, bro. We about to see the link. We're about to see what actually happened.
The real deals.
The real deal. The real deal. This is crazy, Dandada. So we're about to check out what actually happened at the ice skating ring. We got the inside footage from a top view camera angle. Someone with the thing sent it to me. So let's get right. Hold on, let me just have this right here real quick. Let me look for the video. I'm gonna get you the video right now. Yeah, this is crazy. Wow, the shots fired at Rhode Island ice skating rink. Young girl killed, bro. Like, what is going on, broski? What is going on, the data? Let's say a prayer. Can you say a prayer, the data? While we about to see this, the data. Prayers for all the data. You know what I'm saying? Salute to everybody over here, the data. Disclose. You know what I'm saying? I disclose it to this, the data. If you don't want to see this, the data, you ain't gonna see nothing graphic, the data. But if you just don't want to see this, you know what I'm saying? Probably.
Disclaimer, yeah.
Disclaimer. This is a disclaimer, the data. I bet. What the hell? Did someone said dude shot 8 people, 5 dead, and like what the hell? 5 dead. Like what? There ain't no 5 dead,
keeps
bro.
going up.
I was like, what the heck? Like people say the most wildest stuff, bro. Like this dude said 5 dead. Like what? What is it that you're saying, the data? Yo, we breaking down the news right here. We gonna give you the after this, you're gonna be like, yo, this is the Dundada TV over here, the data. This is where you get your intel. We're gonna give you inside footage of what happened. People chilling on the ice skating ring. All right, let's get it. All right, let's get it. Yo, GT, what you gotta say about this though? Let's hear
crazy.
It's actually a crazy world, right?
Prayers to all.
Playing.
Yeah, prayers to
I got
all.
it right
Heavenly
here.
Father, please give us the guidance. Heavenly Father, forgive us for all our sins. Guide us through the tunnel of greatness.
Bro.
Guide us.
Bro. Like you actually just be going off the rails, bro. Like forgive us for our sins. Like you're praying for the dude, bro. Like you're not understanding. Like this is serious, bro. And you're fucking over here playing
for everyone. Well, you said to pray. You said say a prayer. I said a prayer.
I said to pray, but not pray for the dude. Like pray for the people, bro. Oh, he was shooting, bro. Bro, he shot, bro. Oh my goodness. Where everybody running to, though, Dada? Seeing it here first.
But where are the shots? Where are the shots in the view?
Ain't no shots in the view, bro. You don't see it. You just hear it. You think you're gonna show? You think you're gonna show that? Let me see. I could probably find a better angle.
I don't see the muzzle.
Yo, like 5 shots went off before anybody even moved. Look it. People ain't even moving. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No one moved. Like, yo, he let off a whole clip, bro. Like, who the hell he bodied, bro? Like, he let off a whole clip, bro.
Yeah, 12 shots.
You want a better angle, you said? You said you want a different angle?
Yeah, you don't see the muzzle. You don't see the.
I gotta put it down real quick. Hold on. Let me pause this. Hold on. A better angle. No, that's the angle we got right there. That's the angle we're gonna have right there. That's the angle. That should hit different right there. Seen it here first, Donna.
Probably like in the concession area or maybe on the back side of the camera.
Yo, everybody's bugging. They say, yo, you see that lady right there? She said, get down! Get down! Look at the lady right here. Look at her. You see her to the right on the screen right there? Look at, she's leaving with her kids. Look at. Right here, she's about to leave with her kids. Look at. Look at her. She got, get down! Get down! She's bugging. She almost fell. That shit crazy, bro. Look at right. You see it, right, PT? Right there, you see her? Girl with the white jacket right there?
Yeah.
Oh God, she's like, get down. She puts her to the floor, bro. Look at nigga. It's like a movie, nigga. Look at it. She grabs her by, she's like, get down. Look at it. Wow, grabs her. Get down. Oh, push her to the floor, bro. Yo, whoever mom, that's mom of the year. She's like a superhero. Look at her. You see her? She got the black hoodie. She got the girl with the white jacket. Look at. Wow, grab her. Get down. No, get down. Wow, look at. Shooting her all the way out the thing. That's crazy, Batata. That hit different, bro. It hit different, bro. What you said? Teachers need to have the straps. Didn't you say that?
Yeah.
Would you advocate for teachers having guns?
Hell yeah. I'll be the first one to sign. You know? They trying to get home too, bro.
Nah, that'd be crazy.
It'll be good until a teacher goes postal, you know.
That's crazy scene right there. That anything you want to elaborate, bro?
I mean, prayers to everybody. Condolences to the loved ones lost. Condolences to the loved ones lost. It's crazy. But yeah, the world needs healing. The world needs to be.
Rhode Island needs healing. The data.
Yeah.
Rhode Island needs some healing.
Not just Rhode Island. The whole world. The whole world needs healing.
Yeah,
everyone's going
Rhode Island's
crazy.
Been hitting different, bro.
Yeah. You guys are fucking ground zero with all the maniacs. But you know, I feel like there's better days to come, you know. I mean,
that's a fact.
Maybe y'all have to live through a few nightmares before you have a few good days, but I mean, that's just the world as whole. But I mean, I don't know why people do that shit where they just crash out and they really don't care of who's around or who's there or where it's at. Like, you know, that's the shit that pisses me off. Like,
he must have, whatever. Like, in my opinion, whoever the dude was, he must have found that shit out right there and then. Cause why would you wait till they go to the school? I mean, to a hockey match, like with so many people there. It's like he must have just found something out and just went about it, or just who knows? Lost his fucking marbles, huh?
Yeah. Genius. Give the moment. Devil strikes again.
Apart most times. This is going to be a situation that it seems once again touches the entire state. All of a sudden, New England is. So again, we're hoping to get a bigger update for you in the coming minutes, hopefully within the next hour, to get an update on the victims. But as far as what we're seeing here from and say all of the ambulances that were brought here in the
this ain't cool, Dada. This ain't cool, bro. But I need the chat to be talking, Dada, to let them know what they feeling, Dada.
What's the chat saying?
Like, burn them. Let them burn. We'll hang them 3 times over. Like, we saying shit like that over here, GG.
Aftermath of the shooting have since left.
But he passed the way. That's why. So it's the tragedy. It's a bad vibe.
Other outside incidents involving the city of Providence or jurisdictions, but as far as this incident is concerned, we aren't seeing much movement or traffic here outside of the hospital. Back to you.
All right, Leanna, thank you. At the top of the hour now at 4 o'clock, Patrice Wood is joining me to bring you this continuing coverage on this active shooting that is no longer
active. It's a damn shame.
People were injured in a shooting in Pawtucket. This happening at the Dennis Lynch Arena, the skating arena there. There were 2 hockey co-op teams, high school teams, playing a game when the shooting happened. We know that several schools had students involved in this situation because, again, it was 2 co-op teams. So that includes Coventry, Johnston, St. Ray's, Providence Country Day, North Providence, and North Smithfield. As of right now, we've been told by some of the schools that none of their students were injured, but a girl was killed in the shooting. Tragically, the shooter is dead, and we know that 4 others are injured.
And I think you said earlier that Johnston has said that their students are okay.
Yes.
Coventry, okay. And St. Ray's, we haven't heard from the other schools. If there are other schools out there that want to contact us and let us know how their students are, let us know. I spent a lot of time in that arena because my son played hockey there.
Okay.
So I am very, very familiar with it. You walk in and there's basically one way to get in for people, you know, and you go in and there are stands on this side, and they go up, you know, up the walls. Basically one way in and one way out. The Zamboni is at the other end, and I think there's a door there that maybe people could get out. But, you know, you wonder the fear that must have happened when these shots rang out, and apparently it was behind the Blackstone co-op benches where the shooting happened, where this gunman so people must have been fleeing, trying out. And one way out maybe ran underneath where there are lockers. There are lockers, there are restrooms there. Maybe they were hiding in there. But there must have been hundreds and hundreds of people there. And we saw a lot of those people in some of our live reporting and the aerial shots that we had. You know, people fleeing, you know, and people out in the parking lot. And apparently, though, this active shooter situation is over now. And we're told that the gunman has killed himself.
Yeah, so that is the good news, is that the threat is no longer there. That's why when we go out to the scene, you see that it's more calm, it's not chaotic. You do see a lot of families outside, probably just, you know, gathering their thoughts on this. This is something that you never expect to happen. You never expect to be a part of. You hope that, God forbid, you never will be a part of, but it is now, once again, a reality for so many families to think about. We do want to go back out to Nicole Mader. She has been live on the scene there for a couple of hours now for us. Nicole, can you provide any new information? Do you have any updates on what's going on there?
Yeah, so the scene where I am right now is certainly calmer. Things, there aren't the sirens that you might expect from an active scene. There are still lights. The police presence here is still very, very, very large at the Dennis Lynch Arena. It's about a block away from the Pawtucket commuter rail station. You can see state police, Providence police, Warwick police, Pawtucket police. The ambulances appear to have left from where I am standing right now. What I can tell you is that since we last spoke, there have been police officers with cameras taking pictures of things on the ground in the park.
You gonna smoke one? You gonna smoke one for the Angels in the outfield? Light one up for the Angels in the outfield?
Parking lot. We've seen some more young people, potentially students, we don't know, potentially people who were at that game looking like they were in their teenage years, very emotional when they came out of that arena. Some of them were crying, some of them were physically shaking, just, the beginnings of what you can expect to be a deeply traumatic and emotional experience for everybody who was inside that arena, this community, and for more broadly, the state of Rhode Island. Just over 2 months ago was that deadly mass shooting at Brown University, and people in Providence and Rhode Island are still deeply feeling the impact of that. And now it feels we're right back, in a similar situation again. You can see from where I'm standing in the parking lot, mostly law enforcement. We have heard that there may be a press conference in the near future where hopefully we will get some more information about what went down. Again, as you stated at the top, the details of what happened here and what we know right now.
Let me know you guys say something.
Few and far between. This is a rapidly developing situation. I will continue to keep you updated, as will all of my colleagues who are around the state right now trying to gather information about what actually went down, and especially a quiet scene behind me right now. Not a lot of commotion, but definitely still a very expansive police presence, and I'll toss it back to you.
Oh. Okay, Nicole, thank you.
And that shit hit different. They said not much really going on no more, Dundada, but dang, that was tragedy right there, Dundada.
Downtown Pawtucket. Yeah. And so many people have played hockey there. Their kids play hockey there. They take ice skating lessons there, and some of the troops around here, they have their practices there. So I'm sure with this co-op game going on, that place was probably packed. We want to go back out there to the scene. Brian Crandall is joining us live. Brian, what's the latest?
Patrice, I'm on the other side of the ice rink from where Nicole is. This is Broad and Furlan. Some people may know the Wendy's and the Walgreens over here. You can see the police tape. Police have people on the other side of the street. Again, there's plenty of police here on Broad Street. There's also buses down the street. We've seen some of the hockey players get onto, so they have a ride to leave here. There was an area just around the corner where there were still some hockey players, and it looked like parents who were still waiting around on the backside of the arena. Again, with a lot of police officers still here, but again, our understanding is that the active shooter situation is over. The mayor's office tells me that the shooter is dead. Of course, as we've been reporting, terribly, another person is dead, a young female. 4 other victims are in the hospital. As Nicole was alluding to, there was talk that there may be a press conference coming up. We're not sure of that. We were just told by a police officer they're asking the media to gather in one spot. We're not sure if that's what that's for, but again, we're on the other side, the back side of the arena, but there's police cars lining the outside of the Dennis Lynch Arena. As we mentioned, here comes one of those buses, a RIPTA bus coming at us with a police officer in front that it appeared that some of the hockey players got onto, and there's an ambulance coming around the corner as well, but I don't think anybody is in the ambulance. I think this ambulance is just leaving the scene. It had been staged on the street. As far as we are told by the mayor's office, are in the hospital right now. We're not sure of the severity of their injuries after this shooting inside the Dennis Lynch Ice Arena. during a hockey game between two high school teams, co-ops of multiple schools in our area. But again, it's been an effort going on here from this side of the arena that I've been on to get the hockey players and it looks like some of their fans and school staff on the buses to get them out of the area. As we see, I'm seeing some more police officers walk toward the bus. At this point, we're not really sure what they're waiting for. They're sitting in the middle of the street here. So we're waiting more details. Again, we've got Nicole on one side, Leanna's at the hospital, Mike's at another hospital. Just trying to find out what happened. Again, the reports are that the shooting was inside the ice arena now a couple of hours ago. Patrice, back to you.
No. Brian, I actually have a question about this because I see so many emergency vehicles behind you and then, you know, regular cars just parked on the side of the street. Have they blocked this off to traffic? Are you seeing regular drivers getting by, or are there street closures?
No, on this section of Broad Street, it was closed off. There were police officers waiting earlier. I'm not sure now. I mean, practically you couldn't get through here because of the activity. As you can see here, it looks like there's more student athletes getting onto a bus right now. That may have been what they were waiting for. Again, most of them were just have been in the parking lot since we've been here, waiting for, it appears, a ride and any other services after this shooting. We're not sure how close everybody was to the shooting in terms of the players and where they were in relation to it at the time. But again, there's now an effort to get them onto the buses, to get them away from the arena here, Tammy.
You said earlier, Brian, that there were some parents that were still standing around, just waiting in the parking lot. Are they waiting for their loved ones?
It seemed like a coordinated effort. The ones we saw when we arrived were in the parking lot on the back side of the arena. It looked like they were waiting. As you can see now, there's people getting onto the buses here, leaving the back side of the arena. There's a player right there with his hockey gear, some of it still on. I'm seeing over here a player hug some family members over to the side, on the other side of the police tape here. So it was a coordinated effort. I don't want to make it sound like they were just standing around unsupervised. Again, I think that was one team was in one area. We saw a different team get on a bus about 15-20 minutes ago, Patrice.
Very good, thank you.
And it's always, it shakes you just to see families outside of situations like this hugging, embracing, wearing blankets because they haven't been able to go inside because they were part of this tragic situation.
They are going to live with this for the rest of their lives.
Exactly.
Even if their child did walk out okay, the parents are going to live with this, the students are going to live with this the rest of their lives.
It's something that you will never forget and something that you will probably fear for the rest of your life.
I didn't even know you was there, Dada. I can't even lie to you. My ass was over here fucking reading what they were saying, Dada.
They said it's TT's fault.
Every time you go to one of these games, every time you
go to Dada, what you gotta elaborate on this, Dada?
It's just crazy.
What's your elaboration, Dada?
The world gone mad.
Give me your speculation. What do you think actually happened with the dude and the girl? Like, give me your, what's your idea of what happened? Like, what would
I already gave
go over the edge like this?
I already gave it to you.
I'm asking right now. I need some details.
I feel
what
like
happened? What you think happened?
I feel like there was some infidelity going on.
On whose part?
Maybe.
On whose part?
Well, obviously the woman's part, because she's the victim. The woman's the victim. Yeah, the woman's the victim. So, for him to do that, yeah, she had to be the one having the affair, right? So, boom. Maybe he saw something. Maybe she didn't give. Maybe.
Wait. Before you go on, before you go on. Wait. Before you go on, what if he was hiding something? Because remember, he killed himself. So if he killed himself, he could have been hiding something. Maybe he was doing something on the low. She found out. The world's about to know. He's probably in jail. He probably like boys. He probably did something else. She was maybe.
Or maybe he thought he hit the kid when he shot. He hit the kid, so maybe he thought, I offed the kid. I gotta off myself now. That's what I feel. And I feel like maybe the Valentine's Day didn't go as well, didn't go as planned. Maybe he got her gifts and she turned them down. I don't want to be with you. I don't want nothing to do with you. Get out of here. She probably threw the flowers at him, threw the chocolates in his face. You know what I'm saying? So he's heartbroken, bro. That's what it is. A heartbroken man.
A heartbroken man.
A heartbroken coward gone mad. Because that's a coward, bro.
Serious.
It is, but like, yo, bro, like for you to kill shoot at a woman and a child, if it's a girl, a boy, it's a child, right? A teenager, we don't know the age, but for someone to stoop that low, you're a fucking coward because everybody deals with separation different, right? Yeah, like that's just law. That's just, life, right? Yeah. But it's like the ones that actually do this malice just to prove a point or to show that you're the bigger and badder, nah, you a fucking coward, And the reason why I say coward is because he killed himself. If you were a man, you would have been like, I'm gonna do my time. Whatever happens, I'm gonna face the consequences. Did he do that? No. He took the easy way out, bro.
Why did he have to take others' lives, people with him? Like, you gonna take your own life? Like, go about, go look for the dude. Like, not even that, but go looking for somebody that actually caused you a lot of harm. When you come over here, you actually. That's crazy. Not the kids,
Maybe the marriage. Maybe he got her a car. Maybe he just bought her a house. You know what I'm saying? Don't know. Yeah. Maybe he wasn't the wolf on Wall Street, but Shorty put him in debt. You know what I'm saying? For you to say, I don't want to be with you no more.
Bro. It wouldn't matter if she, like, why would you, like, you don't understand that there's a child that is unalive? That's what you're not understanding.
Yeah. Yeah, and I feel like that's why
this ain't the Brown University thing that is a grown kids, students, and we're about to joke about it. We get this is actually a child that passed away.
Yeah, it's crazy. And unfortunately, the loved ones, the good ones always get caught in the middle of it. And that's just like, it could be a different scenario. Always the innocent get affected by it. I'm not saying the shooter is right for what he did. Nah, I'm saying he's a coward. He's a coward. That's just like a word I can think. You know what I'm saying? I'm not smutting the lady, the daughter, or the child at all. It's not their fault. But at the same time, if the lady was this ain't the first time. The lady probably knew the guy was you know what I mean? He's probably, there was probably signals that pushed her away to say, I don't want to be with you no more. What he did, we don't know. What if he was a drunk? What if he was an addict? What if he was just a compulsive gambler and just burns money and puts her in debt? We don't know. Yeah. Obviously, Valentine. You mean to tell me Valentine's Day was Saturday, GG, and you're gonna kill your spouse and your child? I mean, I don't know if he was the father. What if he was the boyfriend? We don't know. We don't know who the shooter was. But then again, it's like, come on, Valentine's just passed, and y'all already trying to have a massacre. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just crazy, bro.
That's a fact.
That's what I'm saying. It has to be something along those lines. What else would it be, bro? Put two and two together. It's not that hard to come.
You can have mental issues. Two and two together when a situation like this.
I ain't gonna want to hear it's fucking a road rage incident. Nah, hell no. That ain't no road rage.
Bro, this ain't normal, so I can't tell you a normal idea about this. I don't know what the fuck he was doing. He could have been sick-minded. He could have been a mental. He could have been fucking hiding something. She probably found something out. He probably went crazy. It could be anything, bro. I can't tell you that.
What if he's the Sancho? We don't know that. You know what I'm saying?
He could have been the sucker and got caught up and said, yo, I'm going all out.
Like, I'm gonna lose my wife for you now. I can't have you, so we can't have each other. That's probably what he came to. But it's not cool. But that's how the devil works, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's always a sucker having the last word. That's how it always ends up. The coward always has the last laugh. Because now everybody wants justice. You want justice, but you can't give him justice. He's gone. He's not here no more. Ain't no how many sorries, who's wrong, who's right, oh, that's my family. Nah, bro, you know, like, yo, we counted the shots, bro. You emptied the whole fucking clip. Fuck out of here.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
He emptied
the whole clip. Yo, he didn't just go there on some Rebanga. Like, yo, he knew who he was going for. Like, it's just wild, bro. Valentine's just passed. You mean to tell me this man didn't get no love on Saturday, you know? Fucking lunatic. Fucking lunatic.
That's not cool, bro.
Like,
that's not cool. He's not cool. Like, that's crazy. He wildin', the Dada.
the Margao.
He went in there and let off a whole clip, bro. Just letting off shots, bro. Just letting off shots. I can't say a whole clip, but he was letting off shots.
But he knew what was going on. He knew there was a hockey game in there. He knew there was family, kids in the bleachers. Didn't even care.
In the ice skating rink, bro. Ice skating. Out of all places you choose an ice skating rink, bro. That's just crazy, wild, bro. And he took his own life, yo. What's up with these people taking their own life?
No security. They didn't have no ISD police there. Security in the game, you know.
Should they?
They should.
If they did, he shot himself. I can't lie. There used to be a cop around. There usually be a cop around, but niggas don't like if a cop's around, cop always been around, and that's never really happened. So they be off their P's and Q's.
He could have been the hero regardless. But at least if somebody was there, stationed there, you know, someone checking the door, watching the door, you know, it gives people a peace of mind. Like, yo, I can't put on a show here. You know, they're already here. You know what I mean? There was no deterrent to stop it. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. There was no law enforcement present, or a security guard, or the school cops present. You know. But
I'm not a fucking hater. Alright? So when I say something, I really fucking mean this shit. I like what you're doing. You got good numbers. Keep that shit up. So if I tell you,
who's that talking?
It's not no troll, nigga. I'm not no troll for no good content. I want niggas to make it.
Not facts. What are you saying though?
Oh, I heard talking.
Nah, nigga, go ahead, speak your shit.
But you got a conversation going on and behind, like, I don't even know who's talking.
I don't have a conversation. Someone actually told me about this, and I thought he was trolling. So someone was like, "Oh, something. There's a mass shooting. Three dead, five things. And I'm like, "Bro, you're lying, bro." And I just hung up and shit like that. I didn't even pay attention to what they were saying. And then as soon as that's how you know that the feds work every phone or something like that. As soon as he said that, I scroll and it hits. Boom, 3 dead. I'm like, yo, what the heck? 3 dead. Like, this is crazy. So a wild situation, bro. A wild situation, bro. Ladies do what I could do. They say I do too much. I just do what I could do. Like, oh no, GG, I mean, yeah.
We can't clean dirt with dirt. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So what's up?
I mean, we just gotta keep rolling and just you gotta be proactive for the next villain to pop up in the Prov or in Pawtucket in the good old Northlands. You know what I'm saying?
So you think cause I commentate or I'm saying I'm a YouTube analysis or you know what I'm saying I do this so that I want bad stuff to happen so I can commentate on it? No, I want to commentate on because there's always something to commentate on. So if this ain't happening, it's gonna be funny stuff and loving stuff to commentate on. When this stuff happens, it's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like a horror movie, You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's off the grid. Like
there's no surviving. Yeah, there's no surviving this. These cowards, yeah. So because it's two
dead, one dead. Like what is it? 3 dead.
Get the numbers right.
Get the facts right, You know what I'm saying? 2 ladies and the suspect. You know what I'm saying 2 victims and the suspect. They always pronounced unalive, and we gotta, you know what I'm saying? We just gotta, you know what I'm saying, keep stuff a little bit, you know what I'm saying? What's this shit called? Kinder. You know what I'm saying? Have a kinder mind, a clearer mindset.
But this should be an eye open for the women too. Like if you dealing with domestic violence and a toxico, speak up, call the cops. You know what I mean? Call your brother, call your cousin, have a talk with them. You know what I mean? We don't need people like this in society. Straight up. You know what I mean? Well, that's what we need. We need.
We step up for war. You like call your cousins, like what are you talking about? Like what is it?
No, but like that if someone's dealing, with domestic violence, like a toxico, envidioso, celoso, if the women are dealing, if they're dealing with an individual like that, don't be scared to speak up. Call the cops on them. If you don't want to call the laws, call your brother, call your primo, call your compadre, tell somebody what you're going through. Speak up so people can have an understanding to correct these fucking individuals, Let street justice take care of them before actual, Pawtucket justice or whatever. That's all it takes, man. Because a lot of motherfuckers get away with that shit. Oh, I was drinking. I didn't know. Or, oh, I was fucked up. I didn't know. Nah, fuck that. You knew what you were doing. Matter of fact, you know what I mean? Because it's my... Yeah, but I feel like if people were aware of this individual, this shit could have been prevented.
I don't understand, bro. This is a situation that just happened spontaneously. And you're talking about prevention.
I feel like there's something that happened over the weekend that spilled over Monday afternoon. And I ain't a fucking what do they call it? I ain't a fucking detective, a psychiatrist, or a mind reader, but it ain't hard to figure out, bro. Something happened over the weekend, and it spilled over at a fucking function at that skating rink. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm probably 85% sure that that's the truth. Nobody expecting him to carry it over, but he did.
He walked into a skating ring, bro, and let off a whole clip into somebody. Like,
and I'm sure he already told somebody what he was gonna do. I feel like somebody already knows he was gonna do this.
Well, if he told someone, them niggas is dumb as hell. Allow that shit to happen.
Like, yeah, you ain't doing that shit. Yeah, right. You fucking bugging. He does. Wait till I see that. Wait till I see that bitch. Wait till I see her. Then again, I mean, for his careless action, that's why he took his own self, because he realized he fucked up when he hit the child.
He should have just took himself right at home alone with the daughter.
Yeah. Go get help.
Stop acting like he committed the crime and then said, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna kill myself." No, he went into the crime. He's gonna kill himself. Like that was his main goal.
Yeah,
He said he was gonna kill himself.
he had it made up. Right or wrong, he's still gonna fucking.
Premeditated his own death, that and everything else like that. But why I'm trying to tell you that he should have let them live and just did it to like why would you have to take your life and take theirs? Like why you gotta take theirs?
Because he's selfish. That's how selfish people think. Is what I'm telling you.
Yeah, true. That makes perfect sense. You ain't never lie.
But what do you say? You always tell people, get your shit together, get your act right. Go get some help. Like go for a walk. If you arguing with your girl, go out, go to the park, shoot some hoops, go work out. Go for a walk in the park. Like
No, nigga. Once it's like yo, life is life, bro. Just remember that life is life, and you always got a life to live, bro. It don't like first you gotta love yourself before anything else. So hopefully everybody's loving themselves, you know what I'm saying? And then you can't a person that will hurt themselves, is a very dangerous person. You gotta stay away from people like that, you know what I'm saying? Because they'll hurt themselves, that's a very dangerous person. Of course they'll hurt you, You gotta love yourself. Self-care is the best care, Like I wanna be around people who love themselves because that means that they won't do stupid actions and they're not gonna be, you know what I'm saying? They understand life a little bit more than people who not really caring, who just don't care, who just gonna blatantly be out and be irrational and make a rational decision that's gonna blatantly cost them their life. You know what I'm saying? Like that was crazy. Like you don't walk. Like what made you? Like why would you? Like, I don't get it, bro.
He was weak. He was cooked. El señor bien quemado. He's fucking cooked. He's fucking cooked. And I feel like and I'm not saying, but I'm not saying it to be funny or disrespectful. I feel like this guy probably already had this track record, or not this severe, but, they probably knew who, his attitude. I'm sure there's people that are in the city that know this guy. Probably has a track record of just being a fucking, you know what I mean? A belligerent, a coward.
No, you go not a crime like this, A crime like this, comes out from a person, that you probably didn't see this shit, Or maybe they did. You're right. Maybe they did. Maybe the people who seen the signs, but they didn't see the signs too much. You know what I'm saying? I can't tell you who's supposed to see the signs or not see the signs. You know what I'm saying? You're absolutely right. Maybe there was some signs that was given. And maybe shit could have been prevented. But I'm saying not your friends though. Your friends probably couldn't see the signs. That's what you get what I'm saying? Or your coworkers probably couldn't see them signs. Like people like that couldn't see them signs. But maybe the people like your mom or somebody else probably seen them signs or some shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. They too scared to speak up.
Somebody got to see the signs of to acknowledge that these people, because that's not a righteous thinking person, probably, but that's okay. But people's okay with people not thinking righteous, and at least it is. At least to a crazy way of just living life, you make a moment go out of control, GG. Like what the fuck? What kind of trainer thought you was to even do that? That's not even a villain. That's not no superhero. Like what do you thought you was gonna do, That is crazy. People like that, you gotta save them. If someone would have grabbed the gun on him, oh my God, he would have been shitting himself. He couldn't kill himself because he would have had a hard time. He would have had crazy hard time. Weak-minded people, you know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. Like nobody had the chance to be like, "Yo, money, let me holler at you. Get over here." Before it got this far.
I feel it. Crazy, bro.
But then what do they say? What do they say for the victims that are going through it? They scared to talk. They scared to speak up. They don't want to tell nobody. They don't want nobody knowing their business. Oh, it's fine. It's okay. You think shit's going to get better, and it never does. It's the truth of reality,
Yeah.
But now we have casualties. Who? The child, the daughter or whoever the young girl was.
And that's awful. That's awful right there. That is awful, bro. Why you put this little young girl into the situations that y'all got going on, Like we don't know what's really going on, but we'll find more out, They're gonna get more into the case because this is a crazy situation, bro.
Didn't care about the people that were there.
It's your time to shine right now, GT. Go ahead, GT. It's your time to shine. You're the journalist. Like,
I just feel like maybe GT should have been in the lobby. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I wish
fact.
GT was in the parking lot. I wish GT was outside having a smoke in the parking lot. You know, but
all right.
I don't have a time. I don't have a time machine. Yeah,
but we can't do no wishing right now. Right now, it's not for wishing, bro. When there's people that's actually passed away, right? Like there's angels in the outfield.
I mean, all I can say is condolences. You know, I can't say much. I wasn't there. I don't want to. You know what I mean? But what can I do? The villain wins. That's it.
Everybody lose. Everybody loses a lot
of turmoil. Now the pain and turmoil and the sorrows and yeah, it's gonna affect a lot of people. I bet the mother, the siblings.
Bro, you didn't see everybody you didn't see everybody that was actually like playing the game. There was mad hockey players, bro. They gonna go to school like yo.
Yeah,
but crazy yesterday.
But they got they got the helmets on. Like that shit. I don't think they really. You know, it probably clicked in already too late, but
what the heck that helmet's gonna do was there's a active shooter, bro. Like you don't make no sense. You don't make no sense.
Maybe they didn't. And they stayed on the ice. Where were you gonna go? Like
I know the kid's gonna be like, I stood on the ice. I threw the puck at him. They had all stakes. They should have beat that man, but he had a strap. He had a weapon in hand. He had a weapon in hand. He let off a lot of shots in there, and then what? Turned the gun on him. That's crazy, bro. He went to the morgue, bro. What the heck was that about? A little loony right there. He cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, huh? That was a little out of control.
He offed himself.
Well, that's a little iffy. That's weird.
I mean, how come God couldn't just jam that gun and just be like, nah, you doing your time?
Why were you trying to like play with me and God, Like, why God couldn't stop? Like, why you even trying to put God in this?
Cause
what? You wish God could have stopped.
It's like the drunk driver. It's like the drunk driver. The drunk driver always survives. You know? It's like the same shit.
I hear you. Makes sense. But what you want to ask God? Like, if you got some questions for God, you can ask God yourself, you know what I'm saying? You got any questions that you would rather that you want to ask God? I mean, you can ask God yourself, You can write it.
I gotta go to my mom.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
I need to hit that mosque. I gotta hit the mosque. Start fasting. But yo, it's just crazy. Y'all gotta
scripture
you need to attend the vigil. Go give your flowers. Say your blessing. Keep it moving.
It's not that simple. Life. Everybody ain't gonna be able to keep it moving on data. Some people have families and stuff like that. Life right now just stopped. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But I'm sure it's not going to be the last time.
So again, we do know that 4 victims are in the hospital.
Hopefully it is. Hopefully it is. Homie's outside the hospital though. Where you headed?
I gotta go to the rock show real quick. To the ranch, to the rancho, the rancho.
Got some food?
Unclear.
Mandao. I gotta pick up some money.
Mike, at last check, you saw a lot of ambulances. You couldn't confirm, of course, anything right now. Do you know if any of those victims are at Miriam Hospital?
Well, right now we are still working to confirm whether those ambulances were related to this tragedy that took place in Pawtucket, but I'll show you what we're looking at right now. We have a couple ambulances at the moment. We've seen people unloaded from these ambulances. It didn't appear like they were related to that scene that happened in Pawtucket, but since then we've seen several ambulances come and go. It seems to be more normal operations at this point, but when we first got here, we're about 8 department here at Miriam Hospital. This is about 10 minutes away driving from that scene in Pawtucket where this tragedy unfolded. Of course, the biggest question on loved ones of these 4 victims who are in the hospital, the biggest question on their mind right now must be how their children are doing, how severe are their injuries, will they make it, and just a heartbreaking thought to have at this point. Again, 10 minutes away from where this all happened. We did see a lot of activity here. Don't know whether it was related to this scene, but just within the last 15 minutes, we've seen a lot of those ambulances that were from all over, by the way. We saw Providence, we saw Lincoln, we saw East Providence. We did see an ambulance from Pawtucket as well here at Miriam Hospital. We saw them kind of take off within the past 15 minutes, but still a lot of questions right now. We know those 4 victims were taken to hospital. A young girl has died. That's according to the mayor's office. The suspect also dead at this point. So still a lot of questions as to where these victims were.
Yo, GT.
Yo,
that is crazy though. If they shot, right? If they shot the lady and the kid, maybe there was a kid on the ice. Who were the lady and the kid there for?
Exactly.
The lady and the kid had to be there to watch somebody, right? That was on the ice.
Yeah, they were spectating.
Yeah, so they must have. So they lived. I mean, they passed away, but the person who they went to go see passed away. I mean, he lived. So whoever that is had a bad day. You know what I'm saying? So, because why would they even be in the ice skating ring while kids is playing? Somebody must be on the ice that they watching. They know someone that's on the ice. So whoever was on the ice lived or something. That's crazy, bro.
Were taken. Leanna has been at Rhode Island Hospital as well, showing you the scene there. There was some activity in the aftermath of the shooting there as well. So we're still trying to figure out where these victims are taken and most importantly, how they're doing tonight. Obviously, a heavy thought for loved ones and for everybody in our communities here in southeastern New England as well as Rhode Island in general. Definitely a tragedy that touched all areas of our viewing area and just so many families tonight as they wonder just how these other 4 victims are going to be doing in the hospital. But I'm going to send it back to you. This is the scene out here. Again, not a lot of activity at the moment. These ambulances appear to be unrelated, but we'll send it back to you and we'll still work to try and figure out how those victims are doing.
And Mike, you've had a little bit too much practice with this lately because you were covering the active shooting situation at Brown University as well.
You know, it's a heavy time. You hate to see it happen once, and to see it happen twice is just unimaginable. Once again, really heavy hearts all across our state. So many people are still trying to heal from that tragedy that we had at Brown. And now this is just another tragedy that we're going to have to heal from. So many families impacted and lives that are changed forever. It's truly heartbreaking and tragic.
All right, Mike, we'll let you go now and see what else you can find out about if they have any victims at Miriam Hospital. In the meantime, we just got this comment from North Providence Public Schools. It says, as you may have heard on the news this afternoon, there was a shooting that occurred at the Lynch Ice Rink in Pawtucket. The North Providence High School co-op hockey team, which also includes North Smithfield, St. Ray's Academy, and Providence Country Day School, were playing in a hockey game when the shooting involving spectators occurred around the start of the first period. Fortunately, All students involved in the game are safe. At this point, all other information is preliminary and has not been confirmed officially, but it is important to inform everyone that our students and the students from the other communities who participated in the co-op hockey team are safe. So this is the first time we have heard that all the hockey players that were on the floor or on the ice are safe. Our thoughts and prayers go out to those involved in this tragic incident. So again, we do know that the shooter is dead and that a young girl is dead, but apparently that happened in the stands.
Okay, so that is new information that we are just getting into the newsroom. We do want to go back out to Nicole Mader. She is live outside of the arena. And Nicole, I'm hearing that you're speaking to a student. Who is that?
Yeah, we just spoke to a second. I'm here. We were just listening to you speak, and you were saying that you live just down the street and you were inside of that arena just yesterday. Can you tell us a little bit about what you make of the situation that has unfolded here today?
I wasn't in the exact arena yesterday. However, I live just about 5 minutes across. I see the street. I see this arena when I heartbreak. It's so devastating, you know, to hear about something so similar happened 2 months ago over at Brown, and now some place that I pass by every day. It sucks.
Does it hit more deeply because you live in this area, you know this area? I'm sure you've passed some of the students that were in that arena today on the street.
Whether it happened here or across the country, you know, you hate to hear it. It does. I can't lie. It does hit a lot harder now that, and you know, these are people, these are schools that I'm so aware of and so familiar with that I can't really wrap my head around it.
How do you think, I know I was just down the street, you know, a couple minutes ago, and I was watching students who were walking out of the arena and they were shaken. Some of them were crying. Some of them were clearly, you know, physically shaken up. Tell me a little bit about how you think that this might impact you as a high school student, your friends, emotionally, just experiencing this.
Well, living here my whole life, I'm 18 years old, and I've been around high school sports for a while. You know, I think the most we can do is just reflect. You know, this is going to be on a lot of people's minds for a really long time, as it should be, and just think about how we can move forward and, you know, just care for one another. It's just to be unified. I think is just the most important part right now. You know, it's going to be a difficult situation to fully grasp for a lot of us. We're still so young, and I imagine there are a lot of people just like me in there. Yeah.
And before we let you go, will you just tell us your name?
My name's Kevin Hernandez.
Thank you so much for taking a couple minutes to talk to us. So there still are, you know, as he was just saying, this is deeply, deeply, deeply emotional for people, you know, young people, especially high school students, college students who, you know, who think every day about if a shooting is going to happen in their schools, at their sporting areas. We are about to get set up for a press conference where hopefully we will get some more information about what happened. But I mean, this young, very eloquent man mentioned the Brown University shooting that just happened just over 2 months ago. This is so deeply traumatizing for the community here, especially for young people here. I don't think we'll be able to begin to grasp today how challenging this will be for the community to move forward from this. We will bring you that press conference once it starts. There's a large, you know, group of media that are all getting set up, and we hope to bring maybe some good news. We still don't know the status of those victims who are in the hospital. We do know that the shooter is dead. We do know that one young girl is dead. We do not know her age. And for right now, I'll send it back to you.
Nicole, thank you. We actually just got a tragic update from the mayor's office. Brian Crandall was able to confirm that a second person has died as a result of this shooting. So it is now 2 people dead, 3 people are now injured in the hospital.
And the gunman is dead as well, so that makes a total of 3 people. We think that the shooting happened behind the bench for the Blackstone Valley Co-op. So apparently 2 people and then killed himself. And I can say that I've been in that Lynch Arena many, many times watching my son and daughter skate. And it is not an easy place to get out of. There's one exit. And I can imagine that there was a frantic run to the doors, to escape this person who was shooting inside Lynch Arena in Pawtucket this afternoon during this game. And it is bleachers, so you're going up steps as well. So if the shooting happened right there in the bleachers, and maybe this person was shooting down or shooting up at them, all of these people were fleeing out that one door. There is another door, I think, where the Zamboni comes in, but that's usually closed. So people were probably just fleeing and running into the restrooms, into the lockers, or just trying to get out into the parking lot.
Right, and that's what you see in a lot of these situations, is that choice is to hide in a situation like this. And as somebody who grew up post-Columbine, post-9/11, that's what they teach you in school. If there's an active shooter, you have 2 options. You have to either run or you have to shelter in place and hide. So a lot of people in this type of scenario had no choice but to hide and just pray and hope for the best. So our hearts go out to 2 families now who have lost 2 people in this tragic shooting today. This was a hockey game with high school students that will now be affected by this for the rest of their lives. It's President's Day. This was supposed to be a fun event, a gathering with family and friends, watching these 2 co-op teams play hockey, but instead it turned into tragedy when this shooting unfolded.
Now, we did hear from one of the schools, and they told us that all of their hockey players are okay for all the teams.
Yes.
That's what we've heard now, is that because we were hearing individually from the different schools, and one of the schools, I think it was North Providence or Johnston, told us, I think it was Johnston, said that all of the hockey players are okay. That's what we've heard from them. So this was a number of 2 co-op teams, St. Ray's, Providence Country Day School, North Providence, Johnston, North Smithfield, and Coventry. They were in 2 co-op teams, and they were playing against each other. But apparently they were not the ones who were shot at. The ones who were shot, and there you see it up on the screen, Coventry and Johnston are in 1 co-op team, and St. Ray's, PCD, North Providence, North Smithfield, the other co-op team, and they are all okay. The skaters are all okay. The hockey players are all okay. We saw Brian Crandall out there, and we saw them, some of the players being loaded onto buses to go home. But unfortunately, we know that a number of people have been injured. We have 3 people in the hospital, 3 people dead, including the gunman.
Yes, and with those 3 people injured, we still don't know their status right now. We don't know the extent of their injuries. Obviously, it happened very quickly within, a time span of the shooting happened around 2 something, and it's now 4:30. We learned that the second victim has died in this shooting. So we do want to take you back out to the hospitals. Mike Cerullo is at Miriam Hospital. Mike, you've been trying to get some information on whether any of those 3 remaining victims are at Miriam Hospital or perhaps one of the other hospitals in Providence. We have Leanna outside of Rhode Island Hospital. What can you tell us?
We've been reaching out to the spokespeople for these hospitals, and we haven't heard just yet exactly where these victims were taken, but we do know that Miriam Hospital is just about a 10-minute drive, maybe even a little less, from where this all happened. Now, when we first got here, about 30 minutes ago, maybe a little longer, we saw about 8 ambulances in Rhode Island. You can see right now, just this Lincoln ambulance remains from that scene. Unclear if any of those ambulances or if this Lincoln ambulance were related to this tragic shooting that took place. We did see Providence, East Providence. We saw Pawtucket, an ambulance from Pawtucket here as well. And several other communities around Rhode Island. And now, obviously, the big question on so many parents and families' minds for these 3 victims who remain in the hospital is just how severe their injuries are. Are they going to make it? It's heartbreaking to even think that, but we don't know yet exactly how severe they were hurt as part of this horrible shooting. And so many families, it's weighing on them tonight, and even people in the community. We had a man drive by and just ask why we were here at Miriam Hospital, and we explained to him that there was this tragic incident in Pawtucket, and just the entire community reeling. You could see the response on this man's face. How many of you are right now? Again, we know that two of the victims have died, according to the mayor's office. We know that 3 were taken to the hospital, and we know that the suspected shooter has also died as well. But this outside behind me is the scene at Miriam Hospital. A lot of activity when we first got here, but at this time, it appears a lot of those ambulances from out of town have left. Just this one Lincoln ambulance behind me is still at the scene, or out here as well. Now, we've seen patients that appear to be unrelated to what happened in Pawtucket unloaded here, and it does appear to be getting back to normal hospital activities. But so many of us in the coming hours, days, weeks, this tragedy and trying to process just another horrible tragedy in Rhode Island, this time in Pawtucket. Still trying to figure out more information. And as soon as we figure out where those other victims are and how they're doing tonight, hopefully they will make it and they will pull through those 3 that remain in the hospital. But we don't have that information for you just yet. And as soon as we do, we're going to let you know, but I'm going to send it back to you in the studio at this time.
Thank you, Mike. We have to assume that probably most of the victims, especially the serious victims, went to Rhode Island Hospital because that is a level 1 trauma unit. So if you have a serious injury, a serious shooting, life-threatening thing, that's where you go because that's where they can take you.
That's where all of the Brown shooting victims went.
Yes,
Rhode
exactly.
Island Hospital,
Exactly. So we want to go out to Brian Crandall and Gene Valicenti, who are on the scene now at Lynch Arena, where there was an active shooter earlier. That shooter has now killed himself, but 2 people are dead and 3 people are injured. Brian and Gene.
Yeah, Patrice, again, we're on the backside of the Dennis Lynch Ice Arena, where earlier, we were seeing some of those hockey teams and family members and staff gathered. They have now left. They now left the arena. As you said, the late word now we're getting Pawtucket Mayor's office is that there are 2 victims who were shot and killed, plus the shooter is dead as well, and 3 other people are in the hospital. We're not yet sure of ages or conditions, Gene, but again, just a horrific situation that unfolded here a couple hours ago during a high school hockey game.
Or the motivation. They're saying it's targeted. So the shooter went after, we believe, 2 people. Others were hit. Whether they're related to this or they happen to be in the wrong spot at the wrong time. This happened in the stands during the game. Now, this game was being live streamed, and apparently there's video of this being live streamed, and you can hear the gunshots. I just checked in with some of these businesses over here. That little convenience store said people ran into him, helped me. There's a shooting. That Walgreens behind us is closed. That's a staging area down there, and there's an auto zone around the block, and that's where we'll be holding a news conference shortly, Brian.
Yeah, and that is our understanding that on the cold meter is over there. So we have, you've been watching us, we have crews on multiple sides of this ice arena because there's a lot going on. There's police activity everywhere. They still have, obviously, the street cordoned off. There's plenty of police officers, but not like what we saw when we first got here, where there were still officers with rifles who were walking around, and some of them were standing very close to the hockey players who were being escorted out in a way. And obviously we saw some who were hugging family members. We could anticipate that some were just being reunited. Family members heard what happened and were rushing down.
They still have pretty much half of the downtown is closed. This street is closed, that street's closed. The whole perimeter around here is closed. You're not going to be able to get here. The traffic getting out of downtown is pretty bad. So if you're in Pawtucket and you want to get out, it's going to take a while. We're just away from where it curves to the downtown. We're just up. There's a Walgreens over there. It's a busy stretch over here. Furlan Street is over there, and this is where it happened.
Yeah, and as you said, the scene out of the arena, running out of the arena. And when we got here, there was still a lot of people. There was, 2 teams, but kids from multiple school districts as part of those co-op teams. And it was a good amount of people who were out here when we got here. Again, most of them looked calm. Again, they probably had a little bit of time to process it, but just shocking.
Right. Most of these local businesses are closed. There's a Boost Mobile. He's closed, not anybody in. There's a couple of stores next to him, a barbershop. They all shut down. And the Walgreens was one of the first to shut down because a lot of people ran in there looking for help, shelter in place.
Yeah, and we are expecting again shortly to hear maybe more details. Again, what we're hearing from the mayor's office is that now 2 people have been shot and killed, plus the shooter is dead. It's unclear how long it was after the shooting that the shooter was dead. And again, 3 other people are in the hospital waiting on their conditions. Again, ages we've heard were not involved in the shooting, so that's good news. But unfortunately, we're waiting still to hear who was unfortunately hurt.
School is off, so this game was pretty well attended.
All right, back to you.
Brian and Jean, thank you for that. So it is now top of the half hour here at 4:30. Emily Bowles is joining me again to bring you this breaking coverage, devastating news that we are getting about an active shooting that happened this afternoon at Lynch Arena in Pawtucket. As Brian just mentioned, we now know that 2 people were killed in the shooting. We know that one of those victims is a young girl. We're still waiting for more information on the other victim. We know that 3 others are in the hospital and the gunman is dead.
Yes, and we are waiting a press conference, as Jean and Brian just mentioned there. Though one of the things that came to mind, obviously having just been through these situations are still unfolding and the information is coming in, as we just heard a few minutes ago, a second victim has died in this, that maybe that news conference gets pushed off a bit until we have a clearer picture to present to the media. But we do have a team of reporters. We've got reporters at the press conference ready to go when officials bring us more information about what unfolded again at the Lynch Arena. This was a scene, this was not a tournament, we're told. This was between 2 co-op teams. So one was comprised of players from Coventry and Johnston, and then the other one was St. Ray's, Providence Country Day, North Providence, and North Smithfield. We have confirmed from one of the schools that none of the players were injured in this shooting. That's what they're saying. None of the players were injured in this shooting, but clearly there were several other people. We know 3 people are in the hospital, as you mentioned, Tammy, and 2 others killed in this, as well as the
stand area. So again, none of the players were injured, and we're still waiting for more information on the other injuries. We do have reporters out live right now. We want to head back out to Leanna Falk. At last check, she was at Rhode Island Hospital, but now she is in Pawtucket with the latest information. Leanna, you just switched from Rhode Island Hospital to Pawtucket. Have you learned any new information about any of those victims who were hospitalized?
Tammy, we are still waiting to get an official update from both Rhode Island Hospital and Miriam as far as the condition of the victims that were sent to either respective hospital. Last time I saw you, the ambulances had left. I've now been taken over here to Dexter and Barton Street in Pawtucket. It's somewhat of a media circus here. Several reporters on the scene waiting for that press conference to start so we can get an update. We're told it should be happening right where I'm standing, just a few feet away, where we should learn more information, hopefully about the victims and their conditions, and also the suspect as well. Now, another victim has died. That brings the total number of dead today to 3, including the shooter. So 2 victims. One we know is a young girl. The other one we are unclear as far as the details of who they are, their age, or anything of that nature. But we know, again, 1 young girl has died, and the shooter is dead as well, including another victim. And there are now 3 remaining injured people at the respective hospitals, both Rhode Island and Miriam, where we know victims were taken. Now, what you're seeing behind me, this is Dexter Street. This is completely blocked off right now. So a Pawtucket police cruiser is blocking the area, so no one is being allowed to come in or out at the time. At this time, we have been seeing either community members of the media walking up, because we're about a quarter of a mile away from that Lynch Arena where the shooting took place, where our crews are right now. So we're about a quarter of a mile away from there. You can walk there in about 6 minutes, but from where we are right now, this is where they have media waiting for that press conference to start, where we are hoping to get more information on the victims, because that's what's important right now. We want to get an update for their families, for their friends, for the community, anyone that has now been touched by this incident today. You know, there were several schools that were at the arena for that hockey game. And so there are multiple communities across Rhode Island right now that have been touched by this. And we're hoping that we can get some more information that maybe doesn't bring closure, but could at least bring peace to know what exactly led to the situation that is before us. So again, this is Dexter Street that you're looking at in Pawtucket. I'm standing at the corner of Dexter and Barton. There is a cruiser blocking this area, so if you're coming into this direction, you should expect lots of traffic because this street is blocked off. And just in general, it's a main road. It's 4:34, so we're approaching peak rush hour at this time. So while this investigation is underway, essentially coming home from work to this tragic news. So again, we are hoping that any moment now we can get an update from Pawtucket police, from first responders, as far as what led to the shooting, and also what we all want to know, the condition of the victims. How are they? Who are they? And what can we tell their families? Back to you.
All right, Leanna, thanks. As you could see there in the corner too, we have our microphone set up.
Yeah.
We are ready to bring you that press conference whenever it happens. One of the other things that Jean was talking about was what a busy area it is outside of the
Downtown
ice rink.
Pawtucket.
Yeah, businesses trying to seek shelter. And Nicole Mader was out there too, and she was able to speak with some people who were close by when this unfolded.
Yeah, she spoke to a student who wasn't inside of the arena, but was nearby. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
As a high schooler, as someone who takes, you hear about an event that happened very similar 2 months ago at Brown. It's so shocking, it's heartbreaking.
For students who just saw the Brown University shooting a couple of months ago and are now dealing with this, which did happen at a high school hockey game. So we do want to go through the list of schools that were involved in this. So this was not a tournament, but there were several students from various schools in Rhode Island involved, because we're talking about two co-op teams who are playing each other. They're on your screen right now. It was the Coventry and Johnston co-op team versus St. Ray's, PCD, North Providence, and North Smithfield. We have been told by all of those schools that the students involved on those hockey teams, the hockey players themselves, were not injured in the shooting, but we do know that, and 3 others are still in the hospital right now. But as for the students involved in that hockey game, they were not injured.
Yeah, and one of the things that Jean spoke to too, that we are also awaiting confirmation on, he was wondering, or he hearing word that this might be targeted. We don't know the exact nature. We obviously don't know the shooter's intent. That shooter took his own life shortly after this unfolded. So we're hoping to get some more details and piece together exactly what happened. Also hearing that none of the students who played for these co-op teams were injured. We have to assume that the bulk of the injuries and the fatalities were people who were in the stands watching that hockey game, which is heartbreaking when you hear a young girl probably watching, an older sibling play, perhaps. It's awful.
And as Patrice mentioned, she said that both of her kids played hockey there, so she's very familiar with that arena. And she said, those stands, if you were sitting there, you don't have many options to go to, that there's basically one entrance, one way in, one way out, and then your only other option would be to hide. So we're still waiting for the details on that second victim. And of course, we've mentioned that the first victim is sadly a young girl, but she has not been identified yet. Right now, at this point in the investigation is really when police are trying to get together all of their information and make sure that they're presenting the accurate information to the public. So they're trying to figure out, do they have a motive? Can they say a motive? Is this targeted, like you said, or was it random? Those are details that we do not have right now, but we are looking forward to perhaps getting that information at a press conference. Again, in the corner of the screen, you can see our microphones are set up. That was supposed to start around 4:30, but then we did learn that the second victim had died. So perhaps that had changed this, pushed it back a bit. But in situations like this, it's developing every second, every minute with law pushed back. This is an aerial shot right here where you can still see a large police presence there. We're talking state police, local police, ATF, all involved in this ongoing investigation.
Yeah, and you talk about law enforcement still doing their due diligence. We're still hearing reports, that there are still people. As you get a live look right there outside the arena, the sun's starting to set now. It's getting darker out there, and you can arena officers need to interview them to figure out what transpired here. When you talk about the way the arena is set up too, and how difficult it must have been to get out, you also think about those players who are on the ice with so much gear and ice skates trying to flee an arena. Must have been absolutely horrifying for those kids who were inside, and for everyone who was inside, to have to then live through that, it's going to be obviously an unshakable memory for them. You can see obviously still a pretty active scene there as we await word about what transpired inside the Dennis Lynch Arena. Once again, 3 people are dead tonight. 2 victims and the gunman who shot himself after shooting at several other people. 3 more still in the hospital at this hour. We are waiting to hear the extent of their injuries.
Yeah, and we're still unclear on what hospital they've gone to. Of course, the more serious victims typically go to Rhode Island Hospital. However, Miriam Hospital is nearby. So once we know the extent of their injuries, we'll probably have a better idea of what hospital they were taken to. Hopefully that is released in the press conference. You know, it's not lost on us that this is the second time that this has happened in our community in the past couple of months. It's terrifying. It's heartbreaking. It really shakes you to your core. It gives you the chills, and it's a feeling that none of us want to feel again after we just witnessed this very thing.
It seemed impossible that this could happen again. I think we both looked at each other as we were coming out here, and we said, this can't possibly be happening again. And here we are, another 2 people dead, a gunman dead, and 3 people fighting for their lives in the hospital. Just a horrific day for Southern New England and the community. Some of the only good news of this, is that those hockey players who were on the ice, the young people, the high schoolers from various schools, St. Ray's, Providence Country Day, North Providence, North Smithfield, Coventry and Johnston, they are all safe tonight. So these were the schools who were playing at the Lynch Arena today. Once again, it was 2 co-op teams facing off. So there was a Coventry and Johnston team. A co-op team is basically when a high school doesn't have enough players to make its own team. And then there was the St. Ray's, Providence Country Day, North Providence, North Smithfield co-op team.
And we just heard from one of the hockey players. Actually, Brian Crandall was speaking to one of those students, and we want this.
I was on the ice, and I thought it was balloons at first. It was like bop, bop, and I thought it was balloons, but it just kept going, and it was actually gunshots. And after the gunshots, me and my teammates ran right to the locker room, and we just bunkered up, and we pressed against, we pressed against the door and just tried to stay safe down in there. But it was very scary. We were very nervous.
And that's a good point, is at first you probably don't assume.
No, why would
these
you?
are gunshots. You know, we're talking about high school students here. We now have a press conference with the mayor speaking. Mayor Grebian is there, so let's take a listen.
Another casualty from the shooting was at the hospital, that they succumbed to their injuries after being at the hospital, and there is 3 additional victims at the hospital that all are in critical condition at this time. It appears that this was a targeted event, that it may be a family to speak to the family. Family is well aware of what happened before we release that information publicly. We had assistance from multiple police departments that came in to assist, to offer their assistance. Obviously, the Attorney General's office, so they're with us now going over the crime scene. We had several people in the building, so we are talking to them. So we're trying to put together the story and the timeline of what happened.
Did this happen in the stands? Can you just describe the layout in there and where this all took place?
So because we're in the initial stages of the investigation, I can't get into detail. Obviously, we're still investigating that. We're talking to all the witnesses. Like I said, there were several people within the Lynch Arena because it was a high school hockey game. So we're talking to all those witnesses. We have several witnesses that were here, and then some that we have brought to the police station where we're talking to them there. We also were able to take everybody inside the building, and we reunified them with their families down by Walgreens. We used Richter buses.
Shooter related to the other victims. You said a family dispute.
Yes, so because it's a family dispute, I don't know the relationship exactly at this point because it's still initial, but yes, it is family related.
Are you releasing any other information about the other victims, critical, juvenile, adults, any other?
Not at this time until we speak to the families and we get more information.
But the mayor said it was a young girl. Is that correct or not correct? Just the females, all you're saying, no age.
Do we know what?
Dan Janney from NBC 10. Can you confirm that the victim is actually the daughter of the suspect?
Okay, so I'm not going to confirm who actually is the casualties at this point because, again, we want to speak to the families and make sure the families are well aware of what happened before we release any information. Again, we're still only at the initial stages. It only happened at 2:30 this afternoon. Again, we went in, like I said, there were several people in there. We have several witnesses that the information's put out there is accurate and correct, and there's nobody.
Before victims that are hospitalized, were they hospitalized because they may have been trampled or pushed down, but they actually were not shot?
No, so we have 3 deceased, the suspect, and then we have 2 victims, and then we have 3 at the hospital that were part of the incident that no, they were not trampled, that they were shot.
They were all shot. Yes.
Was the suspect shot by police or was it self-inflicted?
I'm sorry, there's multiple people.
Oh, guys.
So what I can say right now is that that's the information that we're going to put out. We're going to obviously probably have more information as the day progresses. Again, we want to speak to all the people that were witnesses so that we can get an accurate story to put out there. I can tell you that we're probably going to have another press release tomorrow, right? We have a lot of people that we want to talk to today. We want to make sure that we get accurate statements also. And if we can speak to those victims at the hospital, we obviously want to make sure that we do that also.
Do we know what style the weapon was?
So that's the information I'm going to give you for right now. And then again, I will give you more information as we get it.
Because it's a little confusing. Let me clear that. Is the suspect dead of a self-inflicted gunshot?
So again, what I can say is that no, the police were not involved. What I can say that again, we're putting all the pieces together. It appears from a self-inflicted gun wound, but we are going to investigate that fully. The police were not involved in that.
Understand? So there's a suspect who is dead, and then there are 2 victims. Are those teen victims?
I'm not releasing their ages, but it appears that they're both adults.
Are they both related to the suspect?
Again, I'm trying to.
I understand. We appreciate it. We're just trying to get information.
I know, and I want to make sure that with the information we're putting out there, because again, they're family members at home. We want to make sure that we speak to them first before they hear it on the news or in the media. It's very important for us to make contact with the families and get an accurate depiction of what.
Introducing Iron Beam, the best choice for futures trading. Iron Beam is the industry-leading broker catering to traders worldwide. With the free Iron Beam platform and free real-time data, you can trade the most popular futures contracts anywhere and from any device. Low day trade margins, free depth of market, hundreds of indicators, and trading directly off the chart. Makes your trading more powerful than ever. Open an account today to trade with the best. Iron Beam.
To everybody, I haven't had a chance to talk to anybody. We're trying to piece it together. You know, they're all being shipped out to have conversations to keep the investigation going. And we're dealing with the families. We have a lot of our services, family services, the Nonviolence Institute, a lot of our partners. They're all counseling skills with them as well.
It's been just.
Your concerns when you hear about a shooting inside an arena like this on social media?
Of course, when you get the call, you think it's the worst thing, right? And I mean, it's very serious. Having said this was an isolated incident in some ways. It's tragic. And you think about that, right? The family, all the resources, we have men and women out there, so your mind goes in all different directions.
It's been just 2 months.
On the ice, targeted or hurt in any way?
I don't know that. I know they were on the ice, but I don't know if anyone.
Mayor was in the stands.
Jay, are you aware that it was also live streamed so that other people may have seen this? Obviously, that we're not.
That's what they're piecing together. We're getting to the investigation. Yeah.
You say that it's an isolated incident, but it's been just 2 months since that tragic shooting on the campus of Brown University. Can you speak to how traumatic it might be for the people in this community to end of time?
Unfortunately, things are not related, but it is very tragic. Right? You think about these are high school kids that were doing an event, they were playing, their families watching at one time, and it turned into this. So it's got to be.
Mayor or Chief, were there any good Samaritans who stepped in that you know of to help? So again, I understand that there's live stream out there. It's in the initial stages of the investigation. So if there are witnesses or people that stepped in, we're going to leave that information will be confidential until we speak to them. But at this point, what I can tell you is that there were several people in there at the time.
You heard a parent might have interacted.
Again,
I'm just curious if
I'm trying to see him over it. It's a little difficult. You guys have it a little higher. But okay. So obviously there were people inside. So I can say that people assist. But as to the level of assistance, again, we want to speak to everybody to make sure that we have an accurate statement before we put it out there. Unfortunately, if we put information out there and it's not exactly accurate, and it was, again, live streamed only for the sense that, so that other people could watch the hockey game.
Did you have one or two guys?
So again, that information will come out a little later.
You had said families plural involved or just one family?
No, I believe it's just one family.
There's like 6 schools out there, the co-ops out there.
So again, we have been on the scene the whole time, as the coaches know. So I'm assuming that the coaches would have reached out to the schools because obviously, I guess with hockey, it's more regionalized. So it's multiple schools that are playing for one team. So the coaches are there, and I'm sure that they made the schools aware. But personally, we haven't reached out to the schools yet. We will, obviously, but we have been doing the middle of the investigation.
Chief, can you identify is the suspect a male or female? Because there was some confusion from people who actually witnessed this.
Yeah. So again, that's about the extent of what we're going to be able to release at this point. We will give more information as it comes out later today, and then if we can do a press release tomorrow once we've been able to speak to all the witnesses, because again, there was many people inside the arena. We have to speak to all of those people that were in there, give statements. Even if they have nothing to add, we still have to make that attempt and the effort to speak to them to make sure that we have all the
So
information.
this is over. No danger.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
No danger at all.
Thank you.
You're doing
Pawtucket Police Chief and Mayor wrapping up a press conference outside the Dennis Lynch Arena, the scene of a mass shooting today. We're told this looks like it may have, they couldn't confirm it, but they believe this may have been a family dispute and a targeted shooting at that. They also offered some clarity on the victims. We had initially heard reports that it was a young girl from the mayor's office, but now they're saying that that victim may have been an adult as well as the other victim who died. The 3 others who were still in the hospital, the chief revealed there, are in critical condition from gunshot wounds. She also spoke to the fact that this event was live streamed. So there were people watching the hockey tournament just to watch their kids play, to watch a family relative play. And they saw that shooting unfold. So this is everything that they're going to be looking at now as they piece together what happened, why it happened. They said they could be back later today to reveal more information as their investigation continues now at the Dennis Lynch Arena.
Yeah, Chief Gonzalez said that they're interviewing every single person who was inside of the arena. We're assuming there were quite a few people there because of all of the different schools who were involved. It's the identities of the victims, because she said since she believes this is one particular family involved, she wants to make sure that their family knows exactly what is going on. So first, Pawtucket Police will be talking with them before releasing that information to the public. But again, we initially reported from the mayor's office that a young girl was killed in this shooting. Now the chief is saying that 2 adults were killed in the shooting. And of course, the way we interpret the term young girl is kind of allusive to young girl. So that is still information we are waiting on getting. Now we know that there are multiple law enforcement agencies there, local police, state. Released during this press conference. I guess there were rumblings that they could have been trampled during the way out, but that's not what happened. These people were shot and wounded, and they're all in critical condition at the hospital.
NBC 10's Nicole Mader has been at the scene since the news unfolded that there was a shooting at the Dennis Lynch Arena. She joins us now live there with an update. Nicole?
Yeah, so just one other note from that press conference that, kind of made my ears perk up. The chief said that it did not appear that police were involved in shooting the suspect. It appeared that it was a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Other than that, we really did not get very much information out of that press conference. The police chief was very adamant that there were a lot of people who witnessed and that they were going to interview every single one of those people so that they can try to paint an accurate picture. They, gave the media, they tried to temper our expectations and say that they likely would not have more information until tomorrow. We will obviously continue to ask the questions that we know that our viewers are wanting the answers to. We did not get an update on the condition or the ages of those victims. The chief did indicate that they believe that this is a family incident, at least right now. I was just actually down the street at the scene just before this press conference started. There's still a very, very, very large police presence there. Again, very similar to the scene that I described to you earlier, relatively calm, not a lot of movement, but still a very expansive presence still there. It appeared that cars were leaving, not police cars, but maybe some of the people who had been waiting in that parking lot, some people who had been attending that game, they were leaving. The other thing that the police chief noted in that press conference is that people had been reunited. Students have been reunited with their parents and their families, and that the RIPTA buses were part of that process, that they were used to help make that reunification happen. So we will continue to ask the mayor if that will happen. It seems that they are trying to confirm information before giving us anything. Really, we have very little. We don't have much more than what we did before this press conference started. And for now, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Nicole, thank you. We also have several reporters at various hospitals to make sure we have right now. We want to go back out to her, see what information she's learning. Leanne, I can still see there's a police presence behind you.
Yeah, we're still here at the corner of Dexter and Barton, where a police cruiser from Pawtucket Police has been situated here, sat here, keeping sure that no cars come in or out that shouldn't be. Now, after listening to that press conference, I want to give that final tally on what we know about the victims at this hour. So it's been confirmed 6 people were shot, one of which dead was a young girl. Another one died they said that was confirmed after they arrived at the hospital, but the details on that victim have not yet been released. So we don't know the gender, we don't know the age or anything like that, but we know that 2 victims, 2 people who were watching a hockey game, have died tonight from gunshot wounds. We also know that the suspect is dead as well. What Nicole had mentioned and was also interesting to me is that the mayor and the police chief did not confirm how the suspect died, but they did say that there was no police interaction with the suspect prior to his death. Or prior to their death, because again, they also did not confirm the gender of the shooter as well. The details regarding the victims have been very, very tight-lipped because they are hoping to obviously get connected with next of kin, make sure that families are aware of what's been going on before it's released out to the media. Obviously understandable. And so the details that people might be wanting to know as regarding the gender or age of the victims, that is still going to be, we're going to be waiting for that. They made it clear that we may not be hearing from them again tonight. We would be getting another press release, hopefully a press conference, so we can ask some questions tomorrow. But as far as the victims, we know that 6 people were shot. 3 people are dead, including the suspect and a young girl. And there are 3 people still in the hospital right now in critical condition. Sorry if you're hearing some background noise behind me. We are on a very main road. This is Barton Street in Pawtucket. If anyone knows the area, it is very hectic. Lots of cars. We're in the height of rush hour, but this press conference ended with a lot of information, but also a lot of questions. We're still wanting to know how exactly this happened. The police chief alluded to some possible family dispute that essentially erupted at this high school hockey game, but the details of what exactly happened, who is the shooter, more for us tonight, and we're hoping
to Pawtucket as Patrice Wood joins me now. Obviously, as she mentioned, the big question there is the motive for the shooter as this unfolded. I know the police chief pointed out to it being possibly family related, a targeted incident. We do know that the 2 victims who were killed, she explained, are adults. I know the mayor's office had previously said that one of them was a young girl. So unclear exactly how old or the relation to the shooter, who she alluded took his own life. She said it wasn't a police involved shooting. It appeared to be self-inflicted. But again, this all needs to be worked out. We're waiting to hear more confirmation from authorities as their investigation now continues inside the Dennis Lynch Arena.
Yes, I'm very, very familiar with this arena. My My son played hockey there. My daughter took ice skating lessons, and I'm sure many of you have been in that same arena there in downtown Pawtucket. So when you walk in, there's one main entrance that you go in, and when you go in, there are stands on this side, stands on this side, and apparently this shooting took place, possibly a family dispute. The shooting took place in the stands, so the hockey players are okay, and it involved many different schools, 2 co-op teams, but we're told that the players are okay. We talked to a hockey player a little while ago, and he said that he was on the ice when this happened, and he heard popping, and he thought it was maybe balloons or something, but it was actually a shooting taking place right there. So it apparently was a family dispute, and some maybe 4 other people were caught in the crossfire, but in total, 3 people are dead, including the shooter. We want to go back out to Dan Janig right now. He's standing by live at the scene there in Pawtucket at the Lynch Arena. Dan?
Yeah, Patricia, news conference where Leanna was. So Leanna's just to the right of me. This is definitely the information which she passed along to you. They just put up some more of this yellow police tape here at the arena, and as you can see behind me, obviously still a pretty active scene. My photographer Bray can kind of bring us in through the sign pole here and some of the fencing here. This is an active crime scene. 5 hours ago, it was where families were coming to watch their loved ones and their kids play a hockey match, and now this is a crime scene getting national attention. Again, we have a total of 3 people who have died here this afternoon, and we know that the suspect took his own life. We clarified that at the very end of the news conference. There was some question as to whether or not that happened. I have a source that is telling me that it appears that a parent showed up here at this game today and may have been either targeting a child or a family member. That's the train, don't worry. But obviously this all happened in the stands, so it had nothing to do with the ice. So my sources tell me the suspect was targeting a family member. We don't know if the family member is the victim. We believe it could be, but authorities are still trying to work through that. My friend in Kelliker, Gene Valicenti, is here with me at this camera. He's coming in, working some of his sources too. We're really at the infancy of this, Gene, and we're trying to piece this together. What we do know, which is different than Brown, is the shooter has been neutralized. So there's kind of a different air here as it was at Brown.
Yeah, this appears to be a personal action. Family member going after another family member, we believe, and we get to hear if that third person also a family member. So it's but it's not a random shooter coming just understand this is the arena. We're being kept behind this police tape, but I saw about 10 guys with ATF jackets. So the investigation is wide to include ATF. I also saw an FBI jacket and plenty of Pawtucket police and state police and a whole host of other authorities. We're about a block up from the busy downtown. The stores and everything where the streets get kind of curvy. This whole area is all closed. I'm going to say it must be 10 blocks cordoned off. Police a block away, police a block away this way. We're not getting down here, and nobody is getting around this whole perimeter.
No, this is a crime scene, as I just said. This is a crime scene, and they have to go through a lot of things, including footage. So like many of these games, this was live streamed. So there are people at home who also saw it. The chief just talked to me one-on-one as I was walking down here and said that there's so many facets of this. They have to go through the surveillance camera to figure out what happened. But it appears as we stand here right now, unlike Brown, unlike Lewiston, Maine, there's not an active shooter location. There's not a search. The killer had apparently taken their own life, and it appears it had happened in the stands behind the hockey team. And what happened is that they must have opened fire. We're also hearing stories of people who tried to tackle the suspect and take at least one gun away. We do know that the 3 victims in the hospital are victims of gunshots, and they're being treated right now.
We don't know if they're part of the plot or whether they would just happen to be in the wrong spot at the wrong time. I don't know what number makes a mass shooting. Originally, this was a mass shooting. I don't know if that's more than 3 or more than 4. It would seem to qualify But unlike other mass shootings where we just had a deranged person go in and shoot up anybody in front of them, if this wasn't a public setting, we would probably be reporting it as a quadruple shooting or a triple shooting or something like that.
Right. We have a gunman. We have 2 victims that sadly have lost their lives. We believe one of them may be a young girl, and then we have 3 others that are recovering from gunshot wounds. Call it a mass shooting, call it what you want. It's a tragedy because this affects so many people. This isn't just East Greenwich versus Central Falls. This was a co-op team, so it involved.
The sound of free vax is music to my ears. We always have free vax at Flash Car Wash with maximum suction to keep your interior spotless. Sign up for a Flash Pass to keep your car clean inside and out. You gotta get a Flash Pass.
Hi, we're in Nairobi, Orthopedic Lift and Tilt. It features all the traditional adjustable base functions, including our muscle strain relieving lift and lower option. Now with tilt and even incline, helping with acid reflux, sleep conditions, and improving overall circulation. Only Nairopedic Lift and Tilt allows for back, side, and even stomach sleeping. Nairopedic Lift and Tilt, exclusively at Cardi's Furniture and Mattresses and Cardis.com.
I know your daughters play some sports. Hockey is a close-knit community. Everybody knows everybody. So there are so many kids that left here. In fact, we just saw a car come back with kids with hockey uniforms on. This is a regularly scheduled game. It was not a conference. Everybody's now sitting there saying, gosh.
It affects the town they were playing. And
we're hearing a lot from them. We're hearing from all those towns basically saying, hey, we're here, we're safe.
All of these businesses were closed because people ran out of there and they ran into the closest friendly face. A bar across the street, there's a bodega around the corner, there's a drugstore. They just ran, scattershot and ran, and some of those business owners closed the doors and locked up, not knowing someone's coming behind them. So it's quite a scene over here.
Gene and I are going to separate for 1 second, just show you the scene one more time if we can, Gene. There's a line of police cars, obviously right here. Outside, there's a crime van over there. But again, this is a crime scene. The police chief and the mayor just went back in here and they're going through several different footage. They are taking evidence. In the meantime, they've also set up some counseling for some of the people who were either related to these victims or were just here playing. And that's the other thing, Gene, is that there's such a ripple effect, meaning that when you go to games like this, it's not just the parents, it's the coach, it's the grandparents, and then you have all these different players. So, think about this. What were you doing 4 hours ago or 5 hours? What was I doing, right? Not thinking about this. Could you imagine you showed up here and all they were thinking about is winning a game?
This thing was being streamed live, so there might have been hundreds of people who were watching it. I understand you could hear the guns in the live stream. It's funny. Either we have that or we will get that.
Yeah, we're working on that
at some point.
So I don't
That's
think
another element here.
this may not show that shooting because obviously it's focused
you
on the
could hear
ice.
it. I understand you could hear it from the live stream. So, and if you're watching, you know there was commotion. You know that certainly game stopped. Something's going on.
So we heard from witnesses who were at the bench, and a colleague, an editor from a local newspaper was there, and they're watching the game, and all of a sudden they hear what they believe is balloons popping or something like that, and that's the gunshot. So the gunshots were confined to the stands. Never, it wasn't, when you think of a gunfight at any kind of sporting event, you think it's between the two teams. That's not the case here.
This is Rhode Island, a small place. Dan, I was passing on this very street just yesterday. I happened to be in Central Falls and came out to get to 95, which is down there. I noticed this big blue building to the left of us here, and I looked and I noticed the sign on the arena. Only yesterday. All right, listen, the Trome was telling us that they have that video now that we've been talking about. This is the live stream, video of the live stream when this happened. Go ahead, you guys take it back.
Hand it back to Patrice and Emily.
Yeah, we have some video. I don't believe it's of the live stream, but this game was being live streamed. It was a game at the Lynch Arena in Pawtucket where there was a shooting today. 3 people are dead, including the gunman. And we want to take a look at this. We can hear the shooting. This is being live streamed today. Let's listen. and then you see the students getting off the ice, running for cover. This is at Dennis Lynch Arena in Pawtucket about 2:30 this afternoon. They're all I'm very familiar with this arena because my son played here. They're going over to the locker because the lockers are on that side. So we had St. Ray's, we had Providence Country Day, North Providence, Johnston's, North Smithfield, Coventry. And there we are blurring out apparently where the shooting happened, which was behind the Blackstone Valley bench. So everybody ducks.
You can hear how many gunshots go off. And you think about these players here. If you've ever put on hockey, whether you put hockey gear on your kid or you put it on yourself, you're fast on the ice, but trying to leave that building, you talk about how difficult it is to get out of that building, Patrice, and then imagine you're wearing all that hockey gear.
Okay, so this is horrifying. They're skating over to, when they're exiting, the lockers are over there. To the right is the exit, but people aren't moving. They are ducking down because they don't know where these gunshots are coming from, but it's from behind them. And that is the Blackstone Valley bench. So it's coming from behind the Blackstone bench. When people start to get out of there, they're going to go right because that's where the exit is. The lockers are on where you see the players exiting over on the other side.
And the right we have blurred because obviously some gunshots landed there. Once again, we know 3 people are dead tonight after this, 3 more in critical condition, all from gunshot wounds. Horrifying to see these players just flee off the ice. We have a new statement now. This is from the North Smithfield principal. It says, "This is heartbreaking to hear about, and I know many in our community are feeling shaken by it. We have been in communication with the athletic director and coaching staff who were at the game. At this time, all of our students are accounted for and safe, including players and fans who attended. Reports are still coming out and details are limited, but our priority was confirming the safety of our students. Further updates will be forthcoming once we know more." In light of today's incident at the boys hockey game in Pawtucket, I want to share that members of our school counseling team will be available today. This was at 4:45 at the high school. We are shocked and saddened by the shooting at today's hockey game. We can confirm that the Providence Country Day students, parents, and staff that were present at the time are safe at this time. So NBC 10's Brian Crandall, he's been on the scene for quite a while, and he actually spoke to one of the students who you saw there.
That kid was
fleeing
so
the ice.
scared.
Unbelievable.
Brian?
Yeah, Emily and Patricia, we're on the backside of the Lynch Ice Arena here. As you can see, there's still a police presence blocking it off. Again, now that the situation, though, is well over. But just down the street from here is a convenience store, and some of the players ran over there after in a frantic scene. As you said, this was high school players, 2 teams. One of them made up of students from Providence Country Day and St. Ray's and North Providence and North Smithfield. The other was a co-op team from Coventry and Johnson. So those two teams, we spoke to a player from the Coventry Johnson team from Coventry. He was the goalie. He was on the ice when the shooting happened, but as you've been talking about, he didn't know right away it was gunshots. He thought it was balloons. Let's take a listen to what he had to say. Where did the shots come from? Do you know?
Yeah, it was the far side. So I was on the, where the Zamboni is. It was the far side of the building, on the opposing side's bench. Yeah, it was scary. It was a lot of shots.
How many?
I think I heard 14.
Did you see where the people who were shot
I
were?
did not see. I was so nervous. I went down and then I ran.
And again, so that's Olin Lawrence. He was the goalie for the Coventry Johnson team. His mom was right next to him as he was talking to us, but she said it was the most emotional day of her life because she was there as well. The good news, again, is that none of the hockey players were hurt. As you said, unfortunately, 3 other people are dead, 2 victims and the shooter, and 3 other people. As you can imagine, you've been talking about a frantic scene inside the rink as chaos breaks out and people start to realize what happened. And he said it took them a little bit to realize that it was gunshots, and then they took off the ice. As you can imagine, especially for a goalie, it takes a little bit to get there. They went to the locker room. He said they were in there about 20 minutes before police officers showed up inside, and he said that was a relief. Again, but there were other people who ran out and went to a convenience store down the street, again, as they went out the back of the arena. So just frantic moments. Again, we're hearing those statements from the different schools involved. There's 6 in all. again, with 2 hockey teams, both co-op teams consisting of multiple high schools with students from each. So just incredible to hear the story from on the ice. Again, we talk about, we have kids, we're at games a lot, and you just never want anything like this to happen, and just everybody kind of running for cover. Patrice, Emily?
Those students, the families, they are never going to forget this. And we have to also say that this was being live streamed. So there were potentially hundreds, thousands of people out there watching it. We have that video as well that we want to show you. This was at Lynch Arena about 2:30 this afternoon. You hear the gunshots. Listen. Wow. That kid was right. There were more than 15 shots there. This was a targeted event at Lynch Hockey Rink today. 3 people are dead. The chief says they were adults. This was an active shooting at Lynch Arena in Pawtucket, where a high school game was being played. The police chief says it was a targeted event involving a family dispute. It's believed the shooter shot and killed himself. 2 victims are confirmed dead by authorities. Actually, 2 victims and then the shooter as well. 3 people are still in the hospital caught in this gunshot incident. Many of the victims taken to Rhode Island Hospital. You can see the players there rush off the ice. They don't know where they're going at first. They thought it was balloons. That's what they told Brian, balloons popping. And then you see them skate off towards the locker room, which is on the far side over there, because I know I've been in that arena many, many times for years and years. To the right is the exit. To the left is where the Zamboni comes in. But there, all the kids and the coaches, they jump out of the area where they sit and then skate across to the exit. But you see all the people on the benches, they duck down when the shooting happens. So nobody's really running because they don't know where these shots are coming from. Are they coming from the entrance? There they go.
Yeah, and horrifying to think about. If you're someone in this situation, do you flee out the back towards the locker rooms, and then half of them decide to flee across the ice? They just had to be the scariest moments of their life. It's absolutely horrific for these players. We mentioned 3 people still in critical condition at Rhode Island. NBC 10's Leanna Falk was at Rhode Island Hospital earlier today. Then she was at the press conference in Pawtucket. She joins us now with an update. Leanna?
Yeah, Emily, we are still trying to learn more about these victims. Now, what we know is that 6 people were shot. 1 of them was a young girl. The other was the actual shooter. And then there's a 3rd person that was pronounced dead when they reached the hospital. Which one, we're still unclear. But I was at Rhode Island Hospital. Mike Cerullo, which has been stationed here for the better part of 2 hours, as long as we have been here, and they are making sure that no vehicles are coming in or out of this area. We are about a quarter of a mile away from the actual ice arena where the shooting took place. So what you're looking at right now is Dexter Street. And if you walk right up over this overpass and then make a left, that is going to take you right to the arena where the shooting walked down from before they addressed us. We've seen several members of the media heading into that direction. And we've also seen several members of the public heading in that direction as well for numbers of reasons. It is also obviously for people to get home. There are people whose homes are in that direction, but obviously the community wants to know what's going on as well. And so being curious and wanting to obviously pay their respects to the victims, they have been heading into that direction as well. And we are hoping to get more information again on those victims in the coming hours. The police chief made it clear that they may not be having or releasing any more information tonight, but they would be releasing something as early as tomorrow. We're hoping we get another update before then. But again, this is the scene here at Dexter and Barton, one of the main roads that's leading up to the ice arena. If you're heading in this direction, you can definitely expect traffic, your usual rush hour exchanges, but there are also several number of vehicles that are here because some of the roads are blocked off heading to and from the ice arena. So again, details limited as far as the any identifying remarks or details of these victims. We know that 3 of them remain in critical condition at this hour, and we are praying for them and their family. Back to you.
Leanna, thank you very much. Again, if you're just joining us, there was an active shooter. There was an active shooter situation there this afternoon. We know that 3 people are dead, 2 victims, and then the shooter as well. 3 people are in the hospital. We want to go back out to NBC 10's Dan Janig and Jean Valicenti, and we have been watching this video. This was being live streamed, so people at home were watching this as well, and it was so chilling to watch these players in the middle of a high school game suddenly hear the popping that they thought was balloons at first, and then they skate off the ice and go into the locker room, and people in the stands just duck down because they don't know where the gunfire is coming from.
Yeah, those sounds were chilling.
Now, I believe we've had 2 pieces of video showing the active scene, to be the live stream, and then there was a separate one. And at some point then, I would imagine we're going to get plenty of video because people have phones. Either you're seeing this from across the street or you're part of it. So we're waiting for all of that. Also now, security video in.
Well, I mean,
was he carrying a gun? We're waiting for things like that.
Obviously, you know, that brings us back to Brown University. They didn't have security cameras, and you know, at this elite, you know, school on the hill there, they didn't have cameras. So hopefully this does. But that would show that would paint the picture.
Yeah, we're just about a block down. This is the way you would go to go into the arena. You get down the street, make a left. There's 2 ways to get in there. I'm going to imagine that arena has its own security cameras. I'm going to imagine there was a whole video crew in there. There may be other camera angles we've yet to see. That's yet to come. You know, it might be instructive now to go over a list of things we don't know.
Yeah,
we don't know.
So
we don't know
we
don't know the relationship between the shooter and the 2 people he shot. We believe
it
there
was
were relatives, families.
We believe
we don't have
we have that on.
We don't have
that on record.
Right, but we don't have the specific relationship. Yeah. We don't have the names. We don't have. I suppose at some point we will get all of that. They've already held one news conference.
Yeah, and I at the news conference I asked the mayor, would they hold another one? Because you know what happens when we don't hear it from the source. Providence was really good about this with Brown. The mayor was really Mayor Smiley there. When you don't hear it from authorities, then you start, you know, all these. It's kind of like the Guthrie case. I also want to give you our proximity. So this is Dexter Street right here, and as Gene said, it's blocked off for several blocks. You can see. I'll just walk with you. So it's all blocked off down here. So this is Dexter. If you go that way, that's Barton. That's where Leanna is, and that's where the press conference was. And if you go back that way, that's where Brian Crandall is. He's behind the arena. Now, a couple of things happened. We're watching these cars come out, Gene and I, because the last 2 cars that came out, it was actually players that were in the back seat with their parents. So we saw that. We also talked to a guy who's sitting right here to my right. He lives in these apartments, which is like an old mill building across the street. And he was talking about how he heard and he looked out and people were just running everywhere. Yeah, hockey uniforms, mothers grabbing kids, and we wanted to talk to him on TV, but he teared up.
Yeah, you know, Dexter Street is the busy street. That's the main drag in Central Falls. And if you go south on Dexter, which is that way, you go through Pawtucket and you're going to get out to the interstate. So this normally on any night, this would be a busy stretch we're just off of. Today it's blocked off, along with, I'm going to say, 10 blocks around us remain blocked off. There are a ton of police vehicles here. ATF.
Three go in.
Yep. ATF, FBI, local police. I imagine there might even be police from the community where this visiting team was.
It's funny, one of the first responders who is trained in active shootings in Providence was called here. Obviously, there was no immediacy because unlike Brown, the shooter was neutralized. Now, we had a news conference a short while ago. The chief here in town is Chief Tina Goncalves, and let's hear what she had to say.
It appears that this was a targeted event, that it may be a family dispute. We cannot release the names of the victims because obviously we want to speak to the family, make sure that the family is well aware of what happened before we release that information publicly.
So that was Chief Tina Goncalves. She is now in the building. She walked by me. And she was in plain clothes. Obviously, it's a day off, right? It's a holiday. So I want to go back to what we do know. We do know this. We do know that this was targeted. You just heard that. That's why there's kind of a, I'm not going to call it calm, but it's not like Brown where streets are shut off. You have officers with guns drawn. They have the shooter. My source tells me it appears that the shooter was a parent who came into the that are dead besides the suspect. We have a young girl, and we have another person who we don't know.
And then, right.
3 in the hospital with gunshot wounds. So it could have been a case where he was targeting something, and then other people got in the way, and then there was a lot of hysteria.
Apart from we know they're related, we need to know the relationships are important, and we also need to know the other people who were injured on either side of them.
Right.
That they just happen to be collateral.
Well, that's what we tried to ask, because I had originally heard that perhaps maybe some of them were hurt because of the stampede that was coming out of here, but the chief corrected it at that news conference that was just a little while ago and said, no, the 3 people in the hospital are gunshot victims too. Now, there might be other people that were hurt, and we're talking about physical injuries, Jim. We're not talking about, you know, we just saw 2 cars with the kids in the back seat in the hockey gear and the parents driving them home. And you can just imagine, there's a chief right there.
Chief, could you come out here for a second? Okay. We understand that. So we try. That's Chief Goncalves,
right? Gina and I are not shy when it comes to trying to getting interviews, but we just wanted to get some information. She hopefully will have another news conference tonight. She had said maybe not until tomorrow, and I said, Chief, on something like this, you gotta be in front of it, because it affects. Patrice had said this affects not just 2 teams, because both teams are made up of 3 towns each, private schools, public schools. So this was a gunshot across the board to the hockey community.
Dan, you're right. Dan, take this for a second. I just want to go over and just see if I can catch up with the chief.
Sure.
You do that, I'll be back.
All right, Gene Belicenti, obviously going to see if he can catch up with Chief Tina Goncalves, who I'm not sure if I think she's on her way to a cruiser. But anyways, so that's a scene right here, guys. This area is blocked up. This is what it's going to be like all night long, and probably for a couple of days. This is an active crime scene. They have to piece this together, but it appears, in terms of people watching and living around here and being nervous, this was a family-related shooting, and perhaps that makes it even more tragic.
Yeah, Dan.
Emily, Patrice?
Dan, I mean, I'm sitting here and I'm actually getting goosebumps because this affects all of us. This is our community. We all have been in that arena where kids are taking skating lessons or playing hockey. So it really cuts to the core. And you've just been through this, all of us have, with Brown University. You were up there at Brown University covering that as well.
Yeah, you know, what really is hard to see is, you know, Patrice, you're a parent, Emily's a parent, we're all parents, or we have grandkids, is that, you know, you think the 2 places that you send your children, school and sporting venues, right? Whether it be a hockey arena or whether it be a football field, and there is some sense of security. The focus is on school. The focus is on winning.
Right.
And now, in a matter of 2 months, they've ripped that sense of security from all of us. And now you have to wonder, when your kid has a game next week, you know, are they going to start putting metal detectors now? This is where we are. And again, some of it has to do with and some of it has to do with mental health, which is an issue that sometimes gets overlapped because we get into the gun dispute. This is too soon for that. Right now, we have a community healing. You know, when you see a couple of cars with hockey players in the back, there's one right there. We don't want to really necessarily show them, but they're all these parents are getting their kids out of here. That kid's got his head down, you know.
And this is like, this is 3 hours later, and they're being reunited, you know, now.
I don't know if you just saw that, but a lot of the parents are putting the kids in the back seat because of the shaded windows. But they just went down, and that kid had his head down. I think he was crying. It gets you. It really does, because all you could do is see your own children.
You know, this parking lot is loaded with cars. Some people are at the game. They may have run out of here, and at some point they're going to have to come back. And clearance to get their cars. But that is an active scene.
Right. They're going to detain people. Why don't Gene and I step aside? I'm not sure if you have a double box or whatever you have, but let's give us the best view from our camera as nightfall sets in. Gene had mentioned that you're starting to see FBI and ATF. This is a mass shooting. And in mass shootings, the feds always step in. They don't take control, but they assist. We saw that in Providence. We saw that.
Made with quality, worn with pride. The Johnny O Collegiate Collection.
New England, the heat is on. Don't miss Mainly Tub's Wicked Hot Sauna sale going on now. That's real heat, real savings. Plus, we're clear.
It's like Brown University. You had kids that were in college, right?
Yeah.
We all had kids in college. But when you see this kid drive by and his head's down and his parents are, can you imagine that conversation in that car going home? One that none of us should have with our children.
Well, especially they've been here for several hours now. And we're just seeing them come out. And I imagine there's more in there. They may be questioning each one and interviewing each one.
It's a crime scene, so you can't let people go. They have obviously that area of the stands is all blocked off, according to a source who's been in there, who just texted me and said that whole area is blocked off. They have to take samples and stuff like that. Let's go back to the core of what we know, right? Because we do a lot of speculating. We don't want to speculate here. We want to inform people. So I said this with Brian Crandall at Brown, we're doing live reporting here. You're trying to get an interview, we're trying to get sources. You have, as we take a step back, a young girl who came to either watch a game or be part of this today, gone.
Was in the stands, right?
You have another person who's passed away too. We don't know the relationship.
Don't know the relationship.
Don't know the age. We don't know if it's male or female. And you have families that are hospital beds with kids that just went to a hockey game, and now they're dealing with gunshot.
And then you have a male shooter. Male shooter.
Let me step in there for 1 second on this, okay? And challenge me. My source tells me, and somebody I talked to who is in there, that they couldn't determine if it was a man or woman. And I asked the chief that question, and she would not respond.
Did the mayor say it was a male shooter in that news conference? Because it's pretty much was established in some of the reporting. It's
some
a male
of it was
shooter.
right, and now there's a report that perhaps, and I'm not going to get into it because I don't have the backing of it yet. But there's some questions. But it appears it was a man. Somebody else thought it was a woman.
Okay,
so
well, you know what?
That's
we'll call that person the shooter.
Right.
That person, the shooter, killed themselves, him or herself, and killed 2 other people. Right. And there were other people who were injured. To the left and to the right or behind them, and this
is another family.
And that's what
person who's just leaving.
Yeah. And that's the relationship. We also don't know if they're related to this family or these relatives, or if they're just strangers.
Okay.
All right, let's go back to the studio. Got some new info for us?
Yeah, so we do want to clarify because the video that we've been showing you guys, there was talk that there was the live stream going on. The video that we've been showing you on air of the shooting as it happens, you can hear the popping from the gunshots. That is viewer video that was sent to us, and that is now part of this police investigation.
We're looking at it right now.
So this is the video.
Lynch Arena.
Yes.
Lynch Arena. This was about 2:30 this afternoon. Listen to the gunshots. There's about 15 shots there. And you see the players, at first they keep skating because they think it's balloons that are popping. Then you see them suddenly, they're jumping and they're rushing. Everybody's like, get out of here, get down to the locker room. They skate off, that's how they get off on the far side. We see over on the side, that's where somebody has been shot. And apparently the shooter may be right there too. But several people have been shot. We have 3 people injured, 3 people dead, and 1 person apparently took his own life, as far as we know.
Yeah, NBC 10's Brian Crandall, as soon as we got word that there was an active shooter, he flew out of here. He was working his sources. One of the first reporters to confirm with the mayor's office that there had been a fatality. He joins us live now from Pawtucket. I know, Brian, you've been speaking with some of those players who fled the ice. What else are you hearing at this hour?
Yeah, well, as you said, just frantic moments on the ice there. We did talk to the goalie from the Coventry Johnston team about what was happening, and you mentioned that he thought it was balloons at first. From what he said, they didn't know where the gunshots were coming from. The players on the ice took a second and then just went toward the locker room. I'm on the backside of the Lynch Ice Arena here on Broad Street. Police are still here. They have it blocked off. This is the view from the backside. Gene, Dan, Leanna are on the other side, but some players came out this way and went to a nearby convenience store. When we got to the scene, there were players and families waiting to get onto buses, and they did so. Some were over in the parking lot here for quite a while. But we talked to Olin Lawrence, the goalie from the Coventry Johnston team, about what it was like. He was on the ice when it happened. Here's what he had to say.
I was on the ice, and I thought it was balloons at first. It was like bop, bop, and I thought it was balloons. But it just kept going, and it was actually gunshots. And after the gunshots, me and my teammates ran right to the locker room, and we just bunkered up. And we pressed against. My bad. I'm sorry. We pressed against the door and just tried to stay safe down in there. But no, it was very scary. We were very nervous.
Right, just imagine, high school players now huddled in the locker room. Unfortunately, in this day and age, students train and practice and drill at school for active shooter situations. This, of course, now happened at a game. It is a holiday, but there was this high school game. There were parents in the stand. His mom was with him when we talked to him. She said she was in the stands. And again, she said the most emotional day of her life, but she was there. So, and then they're separated from the players as the players go to the locker room. And we saw some, tearful reunions outside here in the parking lot, players hugging parents again before some of them got on a bus to leave here. But the information again here that this was a family dispute, but they didn't know that at the time. All of a sudden they hear about a dozen shots and then just go running for cover. So that's what it was like, the firsthand account of what it was like inside the Lynch Arena here a few hours ago in this game between the Coventry Johnston Co-op and the Co-op team from North Smithfield, North Providence, St. Ray's and Providence Country Day. Kids from 6 schools, 2 teams on the ice for this holiday matchup. And then in the first period, gunshots, and they go scurrying for cover, not really knowing at first what's happening. Patrice, Emily?
Brian Crandall live in Pawtucket for us this evening. As we mentioned just a few moments ago, initially it was like a 10-block radius that was all blocked off by police. But you could see behind Brian now some cars starting to go through.
A lot of traffic now.
We're told that Dexter Street has reopened. So it seems like, and we've been seeing when we were talking with Dan and Jean, the family's finally leaving after hours there on the scene at the arena. So it seems like that area is starting to open up a little bit while authorities continue their investigation.
And those poor kids that were involved in this, and even the people in the stands. I mean, this has shaken the community to the core. We want to go back out to Dan Janig. He has found somebody who witnessed this. Dan?
So, Patrice, you just heard from Brian Crandall. Again, he is on the backside of the Lynch Arena where he saw people running as well. Here in front, we can confirm Dexter Street is reopened. And across from Dexter Street, across from the Lynch Arena, is an old mill building that's now apartments, and that's where Jay lives. Obviously,
Jay,
Gene
come on here,
Valentine
Jay.
with us.
There
Jay,
we go.
just take a step forward. So, talk to us a little bit about it. You're home, and then you look out, you start seeing kind of chaos over here.
Yeah, no, I was just driving, through the entrance there, and as I was turning out, I just saw a bunch of people just kind of running across the street, running out of the building, and I kind of slowed down. I didn't know what was going on, and so I kind of kept going, and then 10 minutes later, I heard that, it was a shooting.
Yeah. Were these people just running out here and then running to the left and the right? Were they seeking shelter? How did it strike you?
Yeah, so the way I saw it was they were kind of running across the street towards the Walgreens right there.
Yeah. Brian is.
And from what I heard, people got in there and they were panicked.
Yep.
And that's when employees there called 911. But yeah, I just saw them scatter across the street. I didn't see them run this way. I just saw them run across the street.
Were they yelling? Were they screaming?
They were just in a panic. I mean, I just had my windows up. I couldn't really hear.
Yeah. And can you give us what you saw? So you saw a bunch of people. Did you see, parents? Obviously, did you see kids in hockey uniforms?
I didn't see anyone in hockey uniforms.
Okay.
I saw a lot of parents, kids, parents, just running out, just in an absolute frenzy.
When you first walked up here and told me the story, you had tears in your eyes, and you didn't want to do it, and then you came back. What brings tears to your eyes when you see this? You're across the street. Something hit home with you.
I mean, it's my community. This is my home. After what happened at Brown, happening so soon, especially at 200 feet from where I live. I just never thought that something like this would happen, especially with kids involved. It's something I can't really wrap my head around.
Are you born and raised in Pawtucket? Local person?
I wasn't born and raised in Pawtucket, but I have lived here for a while.
Right. You've been inside the arena?
I've been inside that arena. It's what they've done to it.
Yep.
Since I've been here, they've changed so much with it. They've made it a very welcoming place for the community. There's so many people that come through this building, buses of students and families always, they're playing games here and things like that. And yeah,
We've been watching another car just coming out with it looks like parents with kids.
We want to stay on this shot though.
And,
And again, just something, like I said, even though Brown's about half an hour away from where we are right now, it still seems far away. But when you see it across the street, it just hits home.
Yeah, it's unfathomable to think about that. somebody like that is that evil and could do something like this to people that had the day off. They came here to watch a hockey game with their families on their day off, and somebody is just that evil. I can't really wrap my head
Jay,
around it.
thanks.
We
Appreciate your time.
We really
Let
do.
you go.
And take
Thanks.
care of yourself.
Appreciate
And obviously, you can see it in his face, and you see it in a lot of faces here, guys. And I don't know if we can accurately report just the pain you see on some of the parents and the kids in the car and Jay across the street.
Yeah, it sure hits home, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Dan and Jean, thanks. We'll check back in with you guys soon. We've talked about what panic it was, not just inside the arena when we saw that video, but then people fleeing the arena to get to safety. We have some new video to show you guys. This was a convenience store. I believe this is the same convenience store where Brian Crandall interviewed one of those hockey players there. This is them all seeking cover in here. When the active shooting was involving, obviously, Patrice, as you said, more than 15 gunshots it sounded like, and you can see it looks like they're kind of locking. There might be the store owner there watching to see who he's letting in. He's letting in people, making sure that there's other safe people. Anyone looking for cover in that area. These were in the moments right after the shooting unfolded. These look like a mixture of players who fled the ice as well as parents and spectators from the stands. There you can see them again pouring in.
This is a very commercial area. Lynch Arena, it's very close. It's like in the downtown area. And so we're probably going to see a lot of video like this because there's a Wendy's right there. There's a Walgreens right there. There's this convenience store, all kinds of stores and restaurants there. Not to mention the video that we showed you earlier of inside. This was being live streamed. And also we have viewer submitted video. Somebody took some pictures on their cell phones. I'm sure there are a lot of parents who are doing that because that's what parents do when they're watching a tournament. And there were so many different schools that were involved in this. We had St. Ray's, Providence Country Day, North Providence, Johnston, North Smithfield, Coventry. All of the players that were skating at that time at Lynch Arena in Pawtucket around 2:30 this afternoon are okay, but they scrambled off the ice and the people in the stands just ducked down. And when the people in the stands were able to escape, and you see some of the players, they still have their ice skates on.
He just took his helmet off when he walked in there. And kudos to the store manager, whoever that is in the blue jacket there, kind of waving people in while also trying to lock the door when he saw that there wasn't anyone else, kind of trying to make sure people are safe and shielded inside his convenience store. We just heard from a man there talking about the sense of community he feels in Pawtucket. They feel around this area. I mean, this hits home for so many people, especially when everyone is so raw just weeks after the Brown University shooting.
Yeah, and you see those kids in those ice skates. I mean, they were running across parking lots in order to get to this store with their skates still on. That's not easy to do.
No.
But that's incredible. You see some people there too. Look at the lady offering some water to anybody. Does anybody need anything? So it was people coming together, helping each other. See people on their phones are probably saying, hey, I'm okay. Here I am. I'm in this convenience store, calling home and saying, you might see this on the news. There's been a mass shooting really at Lynch Arena. Let's go out to Leanna Falk. She's covering the story for us as well. What's the latest out there, Leanna?
Yeah, Patrice, we're still here at the corner of Barton and Dexter, but Dexter now, as you can see, has now completely reopened. So last time we spoke with you, there was a Pawtucket police cruiser that was stationed right here for several hours as the investigation was underway up Barton at the ice arena where the shooting took place. Now, again, this road has now completely reopened, and it's interesting how you describe it, Patrice, as a city center, a main area. There are several businesses around here. The parking lot we're in right now is an AutoZone. There's a Dunkin' Donuts across the street, a Domino's, several liquor stores, and so you can only imagine that in the aftermath of this shooting, there were several athletes, students, family members, kids, adults running into some of these businesses looking for safety, looking for cover. And it's good to know that there were some good Samaritans out there to offer them that refuge. Back to you.
All right, Leanna, thanks. As the information was starting to trickle in, we were hearing things on the scanner. We were sending out crews to get out there. One of the first offices to give us any clarity about what was happening was the Pawtucket Mayor's office, Mayor Don Grebian. He held a press conference with the police chief of Pawtucket just a short while ago. Listen to what he had to say earlier today.
So there has to be traumatic, right, to everybody. I haven't had a chance to talk to anybody. We're trying to piece it together. You know, they're all being shipped out to have conversations with to keep the investigation going. And we're dealing with the families. We have a lot of our services, family services, the Nonviolence Institute, a lot of our partners. They're all in there. They're doing grief counseling, so we're working close with them as well.
And you can see just how hard this hits him. You can see the impact on his face. So many in this community on the heels. We've mentioned it so many times, but we can't say it enough. On the heels of you and I were here just right before Christmas, the Brown shooting for days. This is horrific what happened today at that.
All too common, all too common. We also heard the police chief saying that this, they believe, was a targeted event, that a shooter shot and killed 2 people and then wounded several others. 3 people are still in the hospital at this point. We think at Miriam and Rhode Island Hospital, maybe just Rhode Island Hospital, because it is the level 1 trauma unit. We have a comment now from Senator Jack Reed on the shooting. He said this is a horrific tragedy. Children and families should be safe at a youth sporting event, not subject to gun violence. Our hearts grieve for the victims, their families, and all impacted by this senseless shooting. We are grateful for the swift response of law enforcement and emergency responders who rushed to assist, as well as the Good Samaritan who confronted and tried to disarm the shooter. We've got to try to figure out who that person is. It appears this was a targeted incident. The suspect is dead, and there is no ongoing threat to the community, but there are a lot of unanswered questions. This is Senator Jack Reed saying this. He says, I will continue to closely monitor the situation and ensure the federal government provides any assistance that may be necessary. So if you are just joining us right now, there was a mass shooting at the Lynch Arena in Pawtucket today, about 2:30. The kids were on the ice. None of the people who were skating were injured. They skated off, went back to the locker room. The people in the stands ducked down. A total of 6 people were shot. We know that 3 people are dead, including the gunman. 3 people are still in the hospital at Rhode Island Hospital and perhaps Miriam Hospital, but we haven't confirmed that yet. But we believe that it had to do with a family dispute. So this was a targeted incident, and maybe these other people who were shot just happened to be in the wrong place.